Jai. Gitanagri Dam Ki Jai. Radha Damodara Ki Jai. Thank you so much for that. Bhakti Tirtha Swami Ki Jai. All right. Thank you, everyone, for that beautiful tour in Gitanagri. Now we are going to switch over. Well, we're going to continue in Gitanagri, just a different part. We're going to Mother Vraja Lila, who will be talking about devotee care. So now this is, we're switching over to workshops. And everybody knows her grace, Vraja Lila, began her practice of Bhakti Yoga in 1979 in New York City. She was the first woman from West Africa from the West to live in West Africa for almost 10 years. As a pioneer and a spiritual leader, she assisted her spiritual teacher with co-developing the Institute for Applied Spiritual Technology, also known as IFAST. As a member of the GBC Devotee Care Committee, Vraja Lila is assisted with co-authoring the manual for the GBC Devotee Care course in Sridham Mayapur. She taught Bhakti Shastri at the Vaishnava Institute for Higher Education. Vraja Lila teaches and leads workshops on Vaishnava spiritual technologies, conflict transformation, compassionate communication globally, and presently she serves on a global counseling initiative for the Grihastha Vision team that serves married couples as well as individuals in relationships of all types to increase communication skills and live according to shared values. She and her husband were primary caregivers for our spiritual master who left his body from melanoma cancer. Presently, they live in near Gitanagri, Echo Farm in Pennsylvania. She is a graduate from Berkeley University, as well as certified trainer in conflict education, mediation, and nonviolent communication. Let us welcome Mother Vraja Lila.
Hari Hari, thank you for that kind introduction, Krishna Shakti. One day I may be able to live up to all that. Oh, Krishna, Krishna, Krishna. Jai, 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 Jai. His Holiness Bhakti Tirtha Maharaj Ki Jai. Today is the actual appearance day, the actual Titi appearance day of our beloved, revered Guru Maharaj. So I'll just say a prayer before we start. Namo Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prasthaya Bhutale Shrimati Bhaktivedanta Swami Tinamine Namaste Saraswati Devi Gauravani Pacharine Nirvishesha Sunyavadi Pastatya Deshatarine. Namo Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prasthaya Bhutale Shrimati Bhakti Tirtha Swami Tinamine Namaste Krishna Padaya Prabhupada Shitatmane Shri Gaura Karuna Shakti Bhakti Tirtha Iti Namine Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shivasadi Shri Gaura Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Vanchakalpa Turubhyascha Kripasindhubhya Evacha Patitanam Pavanebhyo Vaishnavebhyo Namo Namaha. Hari Hari Bol. Thank you, devotees. And thank the devotees in Gitanagri for being so spontaneous, with making sure this all happened. We're just like so very grateful. And something I want to share just about the chakra family. All of the flowers that you see everywhere, even in the Institute yesterday when we showed, was our donations from the chakra family. They have a flower business. They have flowers that Krishna's arranged for that to be a way that they make their livelihood. And they're always so eager to donate for any programs for Gurudev. So I really wanted to thank them, and I want to thank Achyuta and Yashoda Mai for how they jumped in to make sure everything happened. Thank you very, very much, devotees. So today we're going to talk about devotee care. And I thought before we start, I want to show a video clip just because it's this devotee care workshop is an offering to Guru Maharaj. And what better way to start an offering by showing how much our Guru Maharaj is cared for all over the world. So we'll start with a little clip. And Nanda Suno Prabhu, if you can show that first clip for us so that we can start this program.
Hare Krishna, it is my special pleasure to address all of you on the sacred Vyasa Puja day of His Holiness Bhakti Tirtha Maharaj. When is a person truly great? Well, a person is truly great because of his qualities. And what I always saw in Bhakti Tirtha Maharaj was his tremendous compassion. We would meet regularly, for instance, in Croatia during the summer camp, also in Serbia and in Switzerland. And I always saw Maharaj being very compassionate towards the devotees. There were endless queues before him, and he had time for everyone who wanted to see him. When Maharaj spoke with the devotees, they all felt he was really with them. He was really there for them. He took time, although he was extremely busy, to be attentive to each person's situation and need. Those who were fortunate to be his godbrothers know that when you would speak with Maharaj, he would have a very deep analysis, but more than anything, he really cared for you. I think in this fast world, where the tempo gets faster and faster and faster, this quality that someone cares so much that they take time is very, very important. Maharaj was a world preacher, a leader, someone who impacted large quarters of society. But he was also a carer, a loving carer who was there for everyone and who would make sure that everyone came into the atmosphere, in the atmosphere of Krishna consciousness. On such a day as this one, where we become more mindful of Maharaj, we should ask ourselves the question, how can we improve our relationship even now with Maharaj? And the answer to this is that we really take the projects which were so dear to his heart and bring life into these projects. There's I Fast, that is one of the project. There's devotee care, that is another project of his. Temples, spreading the literature. If you want to connect with a person like Maharaj, who has left us physically, you have to connect with his message, with his mission. And then all of a sudden you see, wow, Maharaj was maybe outside of me, but now he's inside in my heart. I wish you all the best. Please keep the legacy, the mission, the messages of Bhakti Tirtha Maharaj alive, because if you do, the world will become a better place. All the best. Jai Srila Prabhupada and Hare Krishna.
Hari Hari. Hari Bol. His Holiness Sacinandana Maharaj Ki Jai. So, dear devotees, Sacinandana Maharaj has taught us and shared with us what we need to remember during this most auspicious year and time of Gurudev's appearance. And he mentioned I fast and devotee care. They go together, both. So today we want to just briefly share some things from Guru Maharaj's book, The Beggar. I'm sorry, this is from Spiritual Warrior 6. Spiritual Warrior 6. And this is about the highest purpose of community. So yesterday we heard from I Fast. We heard about community, and we heard so many devotees share about community. So we'll keep that spirit of I Fast and community from our Guru Maharaj. And we will share some points about devotee care based on what he shared with us on community building. So Maharaj explains that at this time, and we see this all the time, that there's so many dysfunctional patterns that are surfacing within ourselves, within us as individuals, within the family, within the institutions, and within the community on this planet. And he explains that this dysfunctionalism mainly comes from the fact that most people are not aware of their eternal self. Most people are not aware of who they really are. And so Maharaj focuses us, Gurudev, he focuses us on the fact that real community means to understand who we are, what is our purpose, why we do what we do, and who we're doing it for. And we know that actually we as a community, in all of our different places where we're located, our focus is to serve Guru and Krishna. That's our focus. That's our primary focus. And so in South Africa, Gurudev talked about this conception that's known as Ubuntu. And in Ubuntu, it means the more that we understand ourselves, the more we can give value to others. So the more we understand ourselves, so that means Gurudev was always reflecting on how we can improve within our own self so that we can become better servants for others. And so ideally, to do this, we need to work together, right? We've heard this throughout the weekend. We are working together just by this amazing program that Dhruva Prabhu, Dhruva Maharaj, he's not an initiated disciple of Bhakti Tirtha Maharaj. And someone said over, I think it was Dhira Nitai Prabhu that said, it just takes one person. It takes one person to make something happen. And so Dhruva Maharaj had this vision. And he wanted, of course, last year we know we had this with Chitta Shakti vision. This year, Dhruva Maharaj just carried it on. And
all right, we are just having a quick pause, and we're going to see if the internet connection resumes shortly, which I'm sure it will. And so definitely talking about Dhruva Maharaj and how he was the thought behind this last year as well. And yes, we are definitely going to gain the connection back in just a moment. But definitely want to give thanks.
Is there a limit on how many people can be on?
300.
Oh, well, that's not the issue then.
No, it's Gita Nagari is a rural community, so at times you're going to have possibly not the best internet connection. So I think we're experiencing that right now.
It's almost like she just got totally kicked off, though. I don't even see her.
Right. Yep. So I'm sure.
My connection also cut out about 5 minutes ago, and I had to like reboot everything, and that's happened twice today already.
Oh, it's just starting the day.
Right?
In the most unique way. You know,
Mhm.
there's always trials and tribulations when good things are going on. And, you know, a lot of times when the more, I feel like, you know, the more tests you have, the better things are going to be.
That's right. That's right. Oh gosh, we could really talk about some pastimes, about programs that we were going to do for Gurudev, and everything that started, you know, that started to happen the day of, you know, cars that were working, you know, just an hour ago, all of a sudden they wouldn't start. And oh man, so many things. Jadharani knows.
Here's some of those.
Oh yeah.
One time they even forgot Gurudev.
What?
Yeah, at one of the Howard University lectures.
Oh my goodness. Okay, you have to.
Lila was in the process of introducing Swami, right? And she realized, oh, and she says, oh, I do believe we have actually forgotten to get Swami.
Oh, no. Now that. Oh my goodness. So, okay, when he arrived, how did he take it? I want to hear the reactions.
I don't remember what his remark was, you know, when he finally did come. But, it was certainly proof that he was very potent.
What do you mean by that? No.
No, meaning, you know, that his preaching was so potent that Maya was really, you know,
Exactly.
trying to derail his mission.
Oh my,
You know?
exactly.
Big time.
Yahoo. Okay.
Okay, I think she's back.
Here, Mother Vraja, Lila.
Oh, so sorry. So sorry. I don't know what happened. It just kind of disconnected. It dropped. And Krishna Shakti, I know we're giving you so much more service because you got to fill in the blanks.
Vraja Lila, I was just telling her about some of the past times where the better the program was going to be and how many obstacles that there were, and the time that we actually forgot to get Swami for his preaching at Howard University.
Oh my gosh, we have tons and tons and tons of stories, isn't it, Jambavati?
Absolutely.
Thank you for jumping in, Jamba. This is it, teamwork.
Makes the dream work.
Makes the dream work. Okay, so we're back on community, and we are going to share a few things because actually we want you to do some work. That's it about community building. That's what we're doing today in our devotee care. However, we do want to bring a few things about what Gurudev would like us to do. So Gurudev explains to us that that to the degree that we remind each other, we remind ourselves about what our purpose is. To that degree, we will honor community. If we can remind each other about who we are, then we can honor community. So Gurudev keeps us on this path of remembering who we are. He's like letting us know, okay, there are communities. However, what is the focus of our communities? And so he says there are different ways we can have community. There are different kinds of communities. He says there's a community by accident. There's where people come together, right? They come together and they just tolerate each other. I'm sure some of us have known communities like that, which is why we left them, right? People end up tolerating each other, and they even try to avoid the people in the community, right? And so they do that as much as they possibly can. They live in the community, but however, you may not see them so much. They may not be talking so much. And they usually have different goals and aspirations. They may live in one place. They have a community. However, they're all fractured into different things that they're doing in their life. It's not focused, right? So Gurudev, he gives this example to all of us. He says, every family is not a family. Every family is not a family. Every home is not a home. Every church and temple, not necessarily a place that glorifies Krishna, glorifies God. So he wants us to remember that when we think about community. He also says that there are communities that are made by force, right? By force. And he says, often these kinds of communities, when they develop by force, we can use the example of in the Bhagavad Gita, where Krishna says there's 4 types of people that comes to Krishna, right? Some comes because of distress. So they almost like kind of forced to come to find God. And so he says, so sometimes these kind of communities, they develop externally, just beyond the control of people. They just come together. During this pandemic, we can see that many people develop communities just for survival. And he says, although sometimes these people end up in the same institutions or even they're in the same environment, they do not necessarily form a genuine community. Because he says usually the problems that are created in these communities are the same problems that perpetuated even before they came into the community. And so he explains to us that we want to have a community that is designed. It's a community by design, an authentic community. So what does this mean to have an authentic community? He explains that people are aware of why they come together. So just like we made a community this weekend, right, to glorify our revered Guru Maharaj, we had a purpose and we knew, and Krishna Shakti did such an amazing job to keep us on purpose. Yeah, every time there was a gap, she would fill it in on purpose. And so that is the mood of community, to be on purpose together. They are aware of their goals and are able to honor each other in the community as they move about in their different goals, right? And the goals, though, is focused on one purpose, one agenda. And our purpose is to serve Guru, to serve our spiritual master or masters, if there are some guests on the here with us, to be able to honor our beloved Lord Sri Krishna, our beloved deities wherever we are worshiping all over the world. And so Gurudev explains that community is like a living entity. It's alive. And it only comes together. It only comes together and stays together when we have the help of constant planning. So sometimes we have community, is authentic, to certain degrees. Sometimes we may have gradations of authentic community. We have the goal, we have the purpose. However, we may not all be the same, together in our planning and working together. And that happens even in our umbrella ISKCON organization, where we developed communities. And so Gurudev explains that authentic community celebrates diversity. And so we have seen over this weekend, we have this amazing community. We're so diverse. We're all over the world. And, this community, it doesn't involve force, and it's not based on conformity. Everyone in this community had some different aspect of their own personalities in the different countries and in their offerings to our beloved spiritual master. However, Guru Maharaj explains that more than diversity. Diversity is important, very important. However, more than diversity is unity. Unity. And he says that, why? Why is that? Why do we need to be unified? He says, because in that kind of a community where there is unity, then we will enthuse other people. We will enthuse each other about the common visions and goals. Yeah, so we can be as diverse as we can, and we want to be diverse. However, in that diversity, we want to be unified, because we see that although we are aspiring to have authentic communities, oftentimes we don't have unity. And so this is so key, which is why he shares this with us. He says community is meant to find ways to come together, to go inward and rejuvenate. So this is important for us. Sometimes we're so much absorbed in the externals. Sometimes we're so much absorbed in achieving and showing results that we forget that actually real community starts with us, within ourselves. And so, so Gurudev is giving us these guidelines. And I'm using these guidelines for devotee care because it is these guidelines that I personally, when I was a member of the Devotee Care Committee, and I still am a member of the Devotee Care Committee, however, when we were developing the Devotee Care Committee, these were some of the values that I knew was really important for me to share in that committee that we had formed. And so he goes on to say that in these authentic communities, just a few more, they're people in genuine community. We do not dishonor people in the community. We don't do that. Although we see that we do that often because we're conditioned. And even though we are trying to have authentic community, we're not perfect, so we're learning. However, these are some of the goals. This is Gurudev's vision. He also says that a strong, authentic community gives us a chance to share while also allowing us to go deeper. So personally for me, over the last 40 years of trying to be a devotee, more than 40 years, I have found that by me getting opportunities to share things that Gurudev has taught me over the years, has given me so much opportunities to really go deeper, because every time I get asked to share anything about what Gurudev has given, I realize that if I don't have it internally, then it won't connect so deeply with another person. Right. So it forces me whenever I'm requested to share anything, is to check in with myself. How much have I imbibed this from Gurudev? I remember once I was teaching conflict resolution in one country, and Gurudev said to me, he asked me about something related to conflict resolution. And I was looking for the book to speak to him. And he said, "You don't have that in your memory?" And I was like, it was, for me, it was kind of surprising, because I was thinking, it's a lot of stuff to have in my memory, However, I learned from that anything that we are given by Gurudev, at least we need to have key points that we can share with others, key things that we remember internally that we can give to others. And so he says, because it's through this ability of us to go internally that we will come together and share with each other from a very authentic place. He also explains that it's through community that we honor samskaras, or rites of passages. And we see that Gurudev did that, throughout the time he was here. You saw Yashoda Mai showed the picture of Kalakanti, her daughter, that Gurudev was given the first grain. So this was constantly some way that he inspired us. And he says that, he also explains that because these traditions in our lives are to remind us of what to do, when to do it, and how to do it. So that was his reasons for giving us samskaras. And so now I want to kind of go into devotee care. How does, we have these guidelines from Guru Maharaj about authentic community. And we know that we fall short of authentic community. We know that. And so now I want to shift a little bit to the different areas that we need to focus on in terms of building authentic communities. So the first one is spiritual care. Spiritual care, that's a must, right? We've got to feed ourselves. He keeps redirecting us back to inward, becoming inward. So we need that spiritual care. Then the next one is health care, physical care. And that speaks for itself, physical care. We got to take care of ourselves physically, especially, I think many of us got more present to that during the pandemic. So there's a few. I'll just go through this list a little bit quickly. spiritual care, health care, physical care, then health care, emotional, mental care. Emotional mental care. Hey, Mitra, thank you so much. I love these kind of backup. We're such a team. Yay. Thank you. Health care, emotional and mental care, which Guru Maharaj told us like before he left the planet, that the real disease, the real illness that we're going to have on this planet in the future is a mental illness. And we're seeing that come to pass. So this is a way that we need to become present to caring for devotees. Marriage, sex, and relationships. Okay, I don't think I need to talk anything about that one. Child rearing and child care. We heard about that yesterday with Ekadashi and Chintamani and Yashoda Mai. The importance of child rearing and child care. We see that Ekadashi, she actually raised how many kids? 4 or 5, something like that, without a husband. And there, most of them are already initiated, have taken spiritual life very seriously. So child rearing is something that is just incredibly important for care. And so how did, I'm guessing Ekadashi could write a book on how she was cared for without a husband during that time to raise all those children. I mean, this is something that certainly she can share with all of us. Career and employment. Another area of care for authentic community. Financial empowerment. Another area of care. Housing. This, we may not experience this so much in America, but however, there are many places in the world where devotees experience challenges with housing. Travel, this is amazing that this one is here on our list of caring for devotees. Travel and immigration. And we never understood that clearly until the pandemic. I think the pandemic has brought us all fully aware of how conscientious we need to be about travel and immigration and how to look out for each other for that. Consumer advice, helping each other, caring for each other to understand just how to live in this world, how to buy things, how to sell things, how to be aware, how to be knowledgeable so we don't get so much cheated. Another area of caring for the devotees in authentic community is legal and civic care. We have our lawyer Jadharani here, Loka, these lawyers that in our community. Jadharani is just diligently working with the IFAS house and the IFAS in DC, making sure that everything is right. We had
She's a lawyer?
Yes, she's a lawyer. We had to deal with legal things in terms of, the books. Yeah, this is it. Authentic communities. What do we all know about each other? Authentic communities. Yes, Jadharani is a lawyer, been a lawyer. She was a lawyer before she became a devotee, and she has done incredible services for the Institute as a lawyer. Yes. And last one that we will share for caring for devotees is mediation and advice. Why do we need mediation and advice? Care. Because we always have conflicts. There's always some conflict, whether it's based on whatever, marriage or friendship or whatever. There's always some conflict. So in order to have authentic the community, we need to become present to the needs of the devotees. We need to become aware of the different areas that may need support for the devotees. And so I want to pause for a minute because I'm like a kind of passionate person. So I'm going to take a little bit of a pause and I will ask Nanda Suno Prabhu to be with us.
Hi, Krishna.
Okay, we're going to move into doing something that I hope we can do on this call. I wrote asking if we can do it and I was given the yes go. So let's see. I'm going to just talk about one more couple things and then Nanda Suno Prabhu we are going to put the devotees in groups, community groups. So we have 90 people on this call, 90 devotees. So let's see how we're going to do that, Nanda Suna Prabhu. I know you have the transcendental technology vision. So 90 in groups of how many are we going to do this?
Up to you.
Okay, so who's math? Who does math here? Divide 90 in so we could have like a groups of, how many groups can we do, Nanda?
You can do as many as you want. How many do you want in each group?
Okay, good. Let's say we can have 10 in each group.
So 9 groups.
Okay. All right, great.
Automatically assign the groups?
Not yet. I'll let you know when.
Okay, let me know.
You'll assign it. And what I'm asking is for one facilitator, one person to be a facilitator in the group, just to make sure that we're authentically working in the group nicely. So one person, once you get in your group, you will be a facilitator in the group. Just decide whoever you want to be a facilitator. This is actually team building. All of you in that group of 10 will decide on one person that will just facilitate, that will facilitate the group. Okay. Before I do that, I'm going to share just a couple things because you see, when we talk about authentic communities, there are many inadequate things that we do that do not build authentic communities. And so it's important to understand what are the values that are important for authentic community. Gurudev has shared some with us, and there's some others. So we talked about spiritual care. So that involves Srila Prabhupada's teachings and example, right? That's very clear for us. The other is Vaishnava Seva. We need to serve each other. The other is our two beloved Swamis. They will be Guru Swamis. They will be sharing leadership, right? On leadership, spirited leadership, leadership that is based on understanding our purpose and our goals. We also need it's important to have a value of belonging, a sense that we belong. Like we know as devotees around the world, disciples of Bhakti Tirtha Maharaj, we belong in the IFAS, we belong in the bigger institute of ISKCON. We belong because of Srila Prabhupada's mercy and our Guru Maharaj, just so diligently bringing us all together. And so we need to have that understanding in such a way that we can bring that to others on the planet. Of course, we need to be examples of loving relationships. And we also need to have a value of becoming expert listeners. Expert listeners. I'm so sorry, Aunt Christine, that you won't be able to be in a group. We're sad. We will miss you. So these values, when we are practicing these values, they will be exemplified for us by our empathy, by our integrity, by our expertise, by our gratitude and generosity, by our affection and our love, and also by our wisdom and sastric insight. This is what we want to bring into our communities. And so based on that, let's look at some of the things that stop us from having these authentic communities. And so this is what our groups are going to do. We're going to discuss some of these areas, and we're going to ask you if you can brainstorm some ways that we can be more authentic, so that our ISKCON society, as well as our IFAST, can be examples, more examples for the world. Not that we're not already, we want to be more examples. So some of these reasons for inadequate devotee care. So we gave you the areas of devotee care, and now we will share with you some reasons why we don't have this. It's based on self-interest. Usually we're kind of, self-centered, short-term vision, lack of individual empowerment, inadequate professionalism, reluctance to listening, lack of resources, vague understanding of devotee care. Most people do not really understand what devotee care means. We are irresponsible leadership, insensitivity to the real world, to the world that we live in, right? Sometimes we think, well, I'm a devotee. I'm not so concerned about the world. When in the meantime, we have our children that might be struggling. There's so many things that are impacting our lives that we need to become aware of, and we need to help each other. We need to assist each other. Incomplete theological understanding and over-dependent devotees. So these are a few of some of the areas where we're inadequate in providing authentic devotee care for others. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to give 9 groups a theme of where we're inadequate. And I'd like you to brainstorm amongst each other about how we can become more adequate so we can provide more care for our communities.
Mother Raja Lila, I was just thinking if we have less groups, because if there's a few devotees who can't take part, then we'll have maybe 8 groups, and then that gives a bit of a buffer.
Okay, 8 groups. Okay. So Mitravinda, if you can write these down so devotees can know, since you're scribing. These are the areas for the first group, so 9 groups. For the first group, group number 1, once you put them in groups, you will be discussing lack of individual empowerment. And we want you to discuss, what can we do? How can we become more adequate at this? Group number 2, so Mishra, you can write group number 1. Okay, group number 2, inadequate professionalism, because we have a mental health challenge in our world today. And what can we do? What is it that we're going to do in terms of becoming more professional at how we address this issue? Okay, group number 3 is going to discuss Marge is working on leadership. So insensitivity to real world needs. Real world means, yes, we calling the world we live in real world, because that's real for many of us. Theologically, philosophically, it may not be real. How many of us really realize that? Okay. Group number 4, incomplete theological understanding. Group number 4. Group number 5, lack of resources. Group number 6, over-dependent devotees. Over-dependent means devotees, hide. Group number 7, irresponsible followers. Group number 7, last group, number 8. Insufficient training and education. Insufficient training and education. Okay, so Nanda, in terms of time, 10, 15 minutes, what do you say, Prabhu? In terms
that's fine. That's fine. So let me know when we turn off the groups. We'll turn them on now.
I don't want to go over the time. I don't want to interfere with Maharaj's class. So I'm trying to make sure we work things with the timing. So I'm reaching out to you to help me with the timing thing.
Okay, I'll keep an eye on the time.
Okay. Okay, so if we can have these 8 groups,
Okay.
you'll be put into a group. One person will be a facilitator. You will discuss, brainstorm what we can do. What can we do to make a difference? We will come back, and each facilitator will share what you came up with, because we are going to change the world.
Okay, so I'm going to make the groups now. Mother Rajalila, if what we'll do is once the groups are made, we'll just go into the groups and make sure that everybody has a different topic and there's no duplicate topics happening. So I'm going to create it now. You'll automatically be put into a group.
Yes. Okay. Thank you.
Please accept, if you get an invitation to a group, please accept the invitation. So one thing that's happening, Mother Rajalila, is that as devotees join the rooms, it's possible that not everyone is going to join a room. Everyone has to accept the room. So far, about half of the devotees have done so, but we might end up with some rooms that are smaller. So for instance, room 1 has got nobody in it right now, or one person now. So we'll just give it a few minutes until we.
Yeah. I see Bhakti Dhira Damodara Maharaj. He's looking, checking. Is Maharaj, are you in a room?
He's in a room, yeah. He's in room 3, so he might not hear you right now.
Okay. Okay.
But what we can do also is once we settle, we can move the people into different rooms. So if there's any rooms that are empty, so we have one room that's full. Room 8 is full. Room 7 is 9 devotees. Room 6, 9. Room 4, let me see if there's any that are too small. Room 2 is only 2 devotees, or 3. And room 1 is empty. I think people are joining room 1 and then getting scared and leaving.
Okay, well, you can move them into the other groups.
Yeah. Okay, so we might end up with less rooms just because not everybody has joined one. So if devotees can hear us, Iskongana. Yes.
Yes.
I'll move them into the quieter room. Find them. It's my first time doing this, so bear with me. Iskongana hasn't joined any room.
They're asking to be in one room.
Okay.
Can they go in room 1?
Yes, I'm putting them in room 1. Yeah, they're in room 1. They just need to join that, accept the to join that room. I'll move the other devotees from room 1 into the other rooms. But so far, nobody in room 1 has accepted the invitation to join the room.
Okay. What is room 1 that we what's the name of that?
It's called Ron was supposed to be, let's see here. Lack of individual empowerment.
Oh, okay. Okay, Prabhu. Then I guess we could just put them in different, whatever rooms they are, and they could start because
yeah.
I don't want to take up Maharaj's time.
All right, so I'm going to go into the rooms and see if they're started or not. If I can figure out how to do that. Am I in a room? I don't even know if I'm in a room. From last year to this year, everyone has gotten much more Zoom literate. That's for sure.
That's wonderful. That's beautiful. Okay, so they're ready? They're ready to go?
I think they should be going. I'm just going to see how to get into these rooms and
yeah, because I see Maharaj is not, he's still on his phone. Bhakti Tirtha Damodara.
Yeah, he hasn't accepted the invitation to join the room. He hasn't joined the room. So basically, I can assign them to rooms, but people have to accept the invitation. So you can see a lot of people, there's about 30 people who haven't accepted.
It seems like they're not
Please
able
continue. Please
Okay.
continue.
Okay,
Yes.
wonderful. He's hearing us. I was thinking most people aren't, connected. All right. Okay.
Maharaj, you need to accept, if you can, the invitation to join the room 2, please.
How are we doing, Nandasuno Prabhu?
I'm trying to, I don't see how I can join these rooms so I can see
Yeah,
what's going on inside them.
I don't think you can, but maybe you can talk to everybody.
Yeah, I'll send a message. I can write a message and just ask if devotees can confirm.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, actually, there is a way you can go in.
Can you see it?
I see all the groups. I don't see that you're in it, though.
Yeah, I don't think I'm in any group. I think it's with a host maybe. But I thought you could go in and like.
Yeah, you can. I just don't know how to share with you to do that. I usually have my team person, Kishore Rani, is the one that does all this for me.
Is she online? Because she's probably better than me at this.
No, I'm sure. She just does it as a job.
Oh, wow. Yeah, I take part in calls, but not normally the admin.
Yeah. Anyway, if you send them a message and just let them know to start, they can just start. And they have 15 minutes, and then we'll come back.
Okay, so we'll give it until past.
Yeah. Says ISKCON Ghana have not got a topic yet. Hare Krishna.
Their topic is lack of individual empowerment.
Okay, I'll write it in the chat. How's it going, Prabhu?
I'm hoping they're discussing because I haven't figured out how to join the rooms yet. So I'm just praying. I've sent the message to all the rooms. So I'm just I think we have to pray to Krishna that it's actually working. I'm Googling right now.
Well, hopefully we can at least get 1 or 2 groups out of the whole thing.
Yeah, hopefully.
Yeah. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Rama, Rama, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare 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 Rama. Haribo Nanda, are you still there?
Haribol, can someone put me in room 5, please?
Yes, I am just checking in with Nanda now. Brajesh Prabhu, yes.
Sorry, yeah. I was in that room, but my mic wasn't working, so I'm trying to join with another phone.
Okay, okay.
Getting one thing, but Guru Krishna has something else he wants us to work on. So every effort is just turning out to be frustration.
Mother Raja Lila. Okay, I've done a tour of all the breakout rooms. I was helped by someone younger than me how to do it. So I'm in. Everyone is discussing. Only one room I was in, it was very quiet, but almost every room is discussing. I can't hear you though. Yeah, your sound is not coming through.
Sorry,
There we
Brajesh.
go.
Yeah, thanks, Prabhu. Thank you so much. Brajesh, he needs to be in room 5.
Rajesh, okay, I'll put him.
Brajesh, yes, in room 5. He was in and then got disconnected.
Okay. Yeah, it's only the room with Bhakti Tirtha. That room was very quiet. Every other room there was a discussion going on.
I need to have a category of the guru, of, seeing the guru as, I don't know.
Because he's got like a whole group with him on his video, so maybe people felt shy.
Maybe they're talking to him through video. Is that possible?
I mean, it was quiet. There was a lot of quiet faces on that room. All the other rooms, there's discussion going on.
I hope they have irresponsible followers.
All right, I'll do a 5-minute warning.
Okay, Prabhu. Thank you so much.
We won't have plenty of money and resources.
Brother Rajalila, we've got 20 seconds now, so I'm going to bring the devotees back. I think everyone is back now.
Are you back?
Okay, wonderful.
Yay!
Hari Hari. So Nanda, we're back. Everyone is back.
We're back.
Okay, beautiful. So what we would like to request is for, I see Goop Iskangana there, still brainstorming. We would like group 1, the facilitator, to share with all of us what we are going to do about this inadequate devotee care.
Group 1 is Iskangana.
Okay, so maybe we can try to get them. That we need them to come back.
Yeah, they are technically back, but can you hear us, Iskangana? Hare Krishna. I don't think they can hear us.
Okay, I'm sending them a message. In the meantime, we'll go to group 2.
Yeah, hello, Hare Krishna.
Haribo.
My name is Vaikunta Devidasi. I'm representing for group 2.
Haribo Vaikunta Devi. Vaikunta is in, are you in Ghana, Vaikunta?
Yes, currently I am.
Yes, okay. Haribo.
Hare Krishna. Okay, the group 2 were asked to look at the inadequate professionalism. And we looked at it in 4 different angles. The first one being the fact that we have some devotees who represent themselves and to be professionals in one way or the other than what they are really qualified for. For example, you present yourself to be maybe an Ayurvedic doctor. You present yourself to be a counselor, but meanwhile, you don't have the right training. You've not acquired the right professional training to enable you carry yourself that way. And then you try to practice, and you are a half-baked doctor, Ayurvedic doctor, a half-baked counselor. And when that happens, you find yourself in trouble, and then it also kind of affects the image of the society. So if you really want to be a professional in an area, the recommendation is that try and get the right qualification, the correct training, and then carry yourself as such so that you exhibit professionalism in what you do, which will bring good image to the society. The second one had to do with education. We realized that, you know, when you are educated, you have you have graduated in, for example, from the university, you have the certificates, you know, all right, and you kind of attract the attention of people in high qualities, as high leadership positions, sorry, especially the elites, and then they give you their hearing. You become a very good communicator. You are able to buy them over. And so the question we're asking ourselves is that it's not everybody in devotional service that will have the opportunity or had the opportunity to have mundane qualification. But then by the mercy of Guru and Krishna, they are very good communicators. They are well versed in their scriptures. They understand the messages that Guru and Krishna have put across to us. And so the question we are asking is that, is there no way that as a society, we can have such people be given a qualification by any of our schools or universities that will kind of equate them or, you know, put them up par with maybe a degree, something, so that when they drop their complementary cards, you know, they really do not see them as opportunists, but people who really have something good to offer on the table. And we also have a situation where our leaders and then those who are professionals make the conscious effort to actually train devotees in the way that we should carry ourselves if we are to approach people, especially people in high leadership positions. How do we carry ourselves in terms of communication, mannerisms, etiquettes, you know, in so many areas? How do we carry ourselves such that we are seen as, yes, people of a certain high caliber, and not just downtrodden somebody who just wants to have his way through with people. And so such people, when we do that, we have these people who are well versed in Guru and Krishna's messages, preaching the message of Gurudev, especially his leadership messages, and carrying themselves in the way and manner that Guru did. So we have the mercy, or we have the blessings of the Guru, that these people in leadership communication will become more sympathetic towards the society, or will begin to show interest in the society. So these are the 4 areas that time allowed us to look at. We believe there are more, but with a limited time, we looked at these 4 areas. Hare Krishna.
Thank you so very much, Vaikuntha Devi. And Vaikuntha Devi, one of the most important values in caring for devotees is appreciation. So if you can kindly just share a simple statement of appreciation for your team that work together.
I think I'll say a very big thank you to the team members, especially Mother Kunti and what's her name? Prabhu. Sorry, I'm sorry, I forgot the name. But all the team members were, you know, quite active, shared their views, and then made the contributions. So I'm very much, I appreciate your contributions. Thank you very much for coming on board and then putting these thoughts together for me to share. Hare Krishna.
Haribol, one other thing about appreciation, Mother Vaikuntha, and I know I'm doing this just with you because I just want everyone to hear it. I won't do it with everyone else because I know we're now working with time. Okay, you shared the appreciation of how much the other devotees in the team assisted in coming up with these 4 different areas that we can make adjustments in our institutions. I also want you to share, what did that members of your team do for you personally? just personally for you, what is something that, how did they contribute to you? I want you to appreciate that.
I think they supported me. They said thank you to me. They appreciated my comments. And I think I also picked two very important values from the team. And if maybe time is not there for me to share, but I think I picked two very important learning points from the team.
Okay. Okay, thank you so very much. So I'm going to bring this to the attention of our group. Devotee care, one important value is to be able to appreciate others. We can appreciate others very deeply if we are able to share with them how they have contributed to our life. So here we have Mother Vaikunta sharing that for her personally, what happened in that group, in that team, is that she felt supported, she felt appreciated, and she also took away two values that are important in her life. So I want everyone to just kind of meditate on this as we're working together. We won't have everybody discuss this. However, I want you to just understand this deeper aspect of appreciation on this glorious appearance day of our spiritual master. Okay, group 3. Thank you, Mother Vaikunta. Group 3, and we're moving now into time.
So our topic was insensitivity to real world needs. I'm Pragati here, and we were guided by His Holiness Bhakti Tirtha Damodara Swami Maharaj in our group. And we started off with our discussion with seeing what the various devotees have perspective about what is really insensitivity to real world needs. What we came up was one of the devotees from the Lagos temple was sharing that how when we are going in outside communities to have some to meet them or something, in that case they're several times sharing that we have a difference in the food or the lifestyle that we have, and then they might sometimes feel offended when we are not having it at their places. Second was that came as an insensitivity to real world was the real world need was when we are going for work, and this was mentioned by Ronit Prabhu, I guess, that the understanding things which could be an obstacle for us and as to focusing on bhakti, such as work life causing us too much trouble, so that we cannot focus on bhakti. As a solution to it, we had from Menon Prabhu saying that several times we are very insensitive to issues such as depression or feeling lonely in certain places, and just because we have this concept of identifying, or maybe not really identifying till this stage, but saying that we are the soul, not this body, and then that makes us insensitive to a lot of issues. We asked Maharaj about what could be a possible solution to all of these things that we've been discussing here. So to answer this, that we are not this body but the soul, he was sharing with us that we have to know that we are the spiritual entities, however, not forgetting that we are currently in the body. So we are practically seeing it in His Holiness Bhakti Tirtha Swami Maharaj's life and also our own spiritual masters, that how despite having so many issues such as simple as maybe finding a life partner or maybe going through some very tormenting situation, we are still supported in these and not rejected. So I think being not rejected in certain situations by our mentors, by our guides, is something that we see as a call for love. All of these expressions of ours are being seen as a call for love. And this is what is helping us develop deeper love towards our spiritual mentors, and eventually helping us actually go to the actual real world, closer to it. And then the second thing that we got a point from Menon Prabhu was we need not necessarily see the material world as less important or separately. And we were reading in His Holiness Bhakti Tirtha Swami Maharaj's book that actually this material world, if it is being facilitated by good leaders and good mentors, it can be a pathway to go back as a journey back home. So we came up with these few points from our discussion today, and just to thank all the devotees. They have very actively participated and mentioned their points in the chat box, and also several devotees from the Lagos temple came up to share everything, and Maharaj very kindly helped us to get to a correct understanding of it. Thank you so much.
Haribol, thank you so much, Pragati, so much. That was such a beautiful summary of what your group discussed. I got a message that it is actually time for Bhakti Dhira Damodara Maharaj's class, which is now 10:45. So somehow we will need to figure a way that the groups can share. Maybe we can share it in the chat, what you have discussed. I apologize in terms of time. However, we want to respect the fact that everyone has time to make a presentation. So we will ask, we are requesting for the groups to please put in the chat what you came up with, and that will be shared with everyone. Okay, Nanda and Dhruva Prabhu. It's 10:45, and so I will end with Pragati and her presentation. Srila Bhakti Tirtha Maharaj ki jai. Devotee care ki jai. Haribol.
All right, so now we are going to go into the leadership workshop, and today we are going to cover leadership 1 and 2. So His Holiness Bhakti Tirtha Damodar, who was born in Oko, Odama, Nigeria, from a very young age, has been very spiritually minded and studied the Bible intensely with the sole aim of understanding God and the entire creation. He once asked the Bible teacher about concepts of reincarnation and karma, and the teacher, in anger, told him that the questions were unbiblical. Not satisfied with the response, he started searching for answers in other faiths. Simultaneously, he pursued electrical engineering and was also a reggae artist. In 1983 and 1986 in Lagos, Nigeria, His Holiness Bhakti Tirtha Swami initiated Maharaj. Later in 2005, he became the first sannyas disciple of His Holiness Bhakti Tirtha Swami by His Holiness Jayapataka Swami. He has several disciples in Brazil, Mauritius, South Africa, and India. And we welcome Maharaj. Look forward to hearing your presentation.
Hare Krishna. Namo Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Now we should go to the Swami. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna,
Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, thank you very much for always being dynamic like this. Thank you. I really model gratitude.
Thank you, Maharaj.
All the beautiful, very beautiful program. 19 is one word, Krishna consciousness. In particular, with the.
Is it possible to speak a little bit louder on the mic? It's a little bit muffled. Let's see.
Okay, I will increase my. So we are looking at leadership. And His Holiness Bhakti Maharaj leadership on the age of higher consciousness, book 1. And looking through the whole books, we have grouped it into three sections. The whole book has been grouped into 3 sections. part 1, part 2, part 3. Part 1 is about raising consciousness. And here, what we talk about, he lays a general foundation describing principles of higher consciousness and their relevance to leadership, especially for today, for all the time, but particularly for today. The second, we're looking at developing skills, which discusses specific qualities and skills that can be invaluable to leaders in today's world. And part 3, we're looking at, we then talk about taking action, which suggests policy areas in which leaders can take action, to alleviate the suffering, protecting planet as a whole, and help people live more productive lives as they grow closer to God. Next. Introduction to the book. All these you find in this book. They are all inside it. Within the pages of this book, you are being instructed by a loving, unseen coalition. We are your devoted counselors who urge you to consider the primary importance of one's essential ingredient for their progress, for their success, and their survival. And principally, we will be looking about the principal ingredient is what? Based on love. I was telling you that this leadership book is Bhakti Swami. It is his own practical life that he put inside the book. Because when we give lecture, well, today a lecture may go into YouTube and many people can get it. And after hearing one lecture, it is very difficult to find many people reading this and hearing this. But when the lecture comes in the form of writing, it carries more weight because it's going to go further than the sound. And it's going to do fidelity because the book will last and generations and generations will have access to it. So it is very, very important to always put everything we do in the book form. It's a legacy. I don't just left behind for us. This is my experience in reading this book. And I have mentioned many times that every single statement in the relation to the book, I can justify them from Bhagavad Gita, from Sacinandana, completely the whole book to the already. Either from spiritual world or from one to bigger from one to end, or other leadership, 1 and 2, or other of these books, I can find complete evidence from our scriptures, from Bhagavad Gita, and from Sacinandana. The first will happen to it very quickly. So here we're going to look at our slide. We're going to look at what we talk about the call for love.
Look, watch this. Just sorry. What now? That's the TV.
This practice helps us appreciate the many forms in which a call for help can come, and reminds us to always examine ourselves to see how we have helped others. The exercise is to see all interactions as either a giving of love or a call for love. Usually, it is very, very difficult for a conditioned soul to see that someone shouting at you is a call for love. This person lost me. The person is getting angry with you is a call for love. That this person loves me. The person who shouts at you, the person who is talking bad about you, or this person I don't like you because I don't like her. He asked me to come. So we don't see that certain actions is a call for love, but it's already Bhakti Tirtha Maharaj has presented a different vision, different understanding completely, different from what we ordinarily understand about someone being angry, or someone being envious, or someone talking ill about us. And how do we respond to that also is another very important thing which Krishna described perfectly in Bhagavad Gita, chapter 2 Bhagavad Gita, beginning from 54 to the end of that chapter. And we have seen that not that the group there in the historic participant had just written this book to get money. He lived his life like that perfectly. Everything he put in his book corresponds exactly to the particular life he lived himself. We have an example of how he considered every situation as a call for love. Some years ago, when he was going to the planet, he went to Mauritius and was deported. Why he was deported from Mauritius was not that he did something wrong. Most of the places he did travels, South Africa, Mauritius. It's 4 o'clock. Thank you. The only GBC there, it's a core GBC, but other products. But when there is a sensitive issue, they will change living for Pakistan. Because anyone who deal with that issue is going to get a bad name. So they will leave it, or leave this matter for a particular matter. What he counts, he will do it. All the doctors do that. And when he arrives, he will actually deal with it. So in Mauritius, he was informed by one of the God brothers. He was preaching sectarianism. This is one. This is one belongs to us, we Indians. So these Westerners should not initiate. We should do the initiation because this is for us. And when I go brother, they had it maybe for you. And when his family particular has came, he was told. Then he went for his brother and told him, my dear brother, this philosophy is not healthy for us because the Papa, they found our child of this woman did not teach like this. And what led all of us to join was that this is not a sectarian society, it is a universal society. And to prove that, the Papa did not call this society such and so proper society, international society for proper consciousness, or for such and such mass like others. He calls it International Society for Krishna Consciousness. Even when he was suggested to call it God consciousness, he said no. It should be Krishna consciousness. So it is our responsibility and leaders to represent Srila Prabhupada perfectly. Therefore, I am advising you, please don't think like this. It will divide the society into pieces. And I will bring a form. He became very, very angry. And he told his disciples to write a petition, and they sent to the congregation. So when he can't be deported, so he was deported. That was his fault. Because he told the truth. He didn't hang it on like other Hebrew brothers. He did it. I'm not saying that because he is superior to others. I'm saying that he has a principle of whenever there is a difficulty, he will not shy. He will deal with it as it is. And I saw that what the BBC Any issue that is not correct, to say, no, I don't agree with it because of I don't like it. We should change it and treat this matter like this, like this. If they refuse to say, I'm not part of it. It is easy to work out. You are not completely free because you are not on your part. And it is very difficult to maintain this standard. So Gurudev will stand on it. This is not true. He will tell the truth, but this is not true. And if they continue to work out, it requires this kind of lifestyle, this process requires a very high level of Krishna consciousness. We want to be very bold and submissive. This is his teaching. We should be bold and submissive. He lives his life like that. So when this happened, it was important. And then finally, it was resolved. When he went back to Mauritius, they told him, this devotee, they are the one who conspired together with the spiritual master. Said, I have forgiven all of them. This is a call for love. He didn't see it. He didn't see it as a problem. He see it as a call for love. He has no hatred. He has no malice. There is no feeling of retaliation. He completely forgot about these things.
Shri Gurudev, devotees are saying that your volume is coming a little low. So can you like face towards the laptop? Then we'll be able to hear you louder, I guess.
What should I do? Closer to the laptop. Can I better put this one? I should remove this? Huh? Is it better? No.
Yes, Shri Gurudev.
Maharaj, it comes out better.
It's a little better, but we cannot see you clearly, maybe. But I think devotees, is the sound clear to you all? If you could just reply in the chat box.
Yes, it's better now.
So I can speak directly to. Let me try this. Hare Krishna, can you hear me?
Yes, Shri Gurudev, the sound is much better now.
Better?
Yes,
all right.
Gurudev.
See you, Maharaj.
Okay, so I'll speak from here. All right. No, it's okay. This one is better. Can you hear me?
Yes. And you can share your screen as well.
All right. So now we're looking at the love in action. Love in action. This Gurudev discussed in his book. This technology helps us to shower everyone and everything in our environment with vibrant love. The exercise is to see ourselves as embodiment of love in action. This quality we saw every day throughout our life with the Gurudev. We can see this character practically every day. The whole time we are spending with Gurudev, we saw this. And here I would like to mention about my own case as an example how Gurudev show love in action. There are many examples, but I'll just give my own because charity begins at the home. I want to make it homely. Some years ago, I was having hernia and appendicitis, but I didn't know, and I suffered a lot from it. I suffered for years. I was not aware of what was it until a god brother noticed. I was Param Brahma. Actually, it was his wife. It was wife who told him. So he came to meet me. And he said, we noticed something with you. What is it? So I told him that I have a problem here, but I really don't know what it is. So then I showed it to him. Immediately I showed him, he said, this is Hainia. So he wrote to Gurudev, and he told Gurudev that Parikshit is having a very, very serious Hainia problem. And he's suffering and he's keeping quiet, not saying it. As soon as Gurudev had it, he wrote a letter. He sent a letter to me. I'm not giving you advice. This is an order. Immediately upon reading this letter, go to the hospital. Find out. Don't go to a small hospital. Go to the best hospital and tell me how much it costs.
You'll be there the whole day.
Yes. What you want me to do?
No, you can do things and listen.
What again? Should I continue?
Yes, please.
You can hear me? Okay. So as soon as I read the letter, I dropped the letter and I also went to the hospital. I went to a different hospital to check, and I reported to Gurudev. And he said he's going to pay. Just tell me how much is it. I will pay for it. Of course, I didn't allow him to pay. Other devotees, they pay for it. So I went to the hospital to do the operation. So he showed a love in action, not just a philosophy. And many cases like this, how he showed a love in action. Sometimes also I remember when devotees, we were traveling with him from Lagos to Benin City. The devotees were very, very anxious to go because Gurudev was going there. So the devotees were very anxious. And without our knowledge, they were very enthusiastic that the bus was overloaded. The bus was overloaded. Still, for them to understand that the bus is loaded, they should go slow, they were also very, very enthusiastic, very, very happy, and they want to get to be on time. The car was speeding, and the tire busted away. They had an accident, but nothing serious happened. All the devotees went to the hospital. As soon as Gurudev was told, he told me, open the fridge. All the boga that was there and all the prasadam that was meant for him. So pack everything all together. I packed everything together and we drove straight to the hospital. We went to check every devotee that was there in the hospital and make sure everybody was in good condition. We gave them all the prasadam that was meant for him, including all the boga. And he was sure that everything was in order. Then he returned back to the temple. We couldn't go to Benin again, have to come back to Lagos. And when the devotees were treated, we also returned back to Lagos. Next, a phenomenon of love. I'm going to the next slide 3. A leader whose behavior is inspired by selflessness act is just like a mother who sometimes shows love by punishing her children in order to help them develop properly. Leaders must deliberately choose to maintain a level of consciousness that gives priority to what is best for others, regardless of outward appearances. This also we saw, and he solemnly Bhattacharya is a perfect example, perfect acharya for this. I cannot forget the level of his chastisement. Everyone thinks that if you love somebody, You don't tell the person the wrong thing the person does. But here, Gurudev is saying, a mother will force the child to take medicine which is against the interest of the child. This is love. But we don't see it in that way. Similarly, Gurudev is ready to give chastisement that is very heavy. As you always see him smiling, always joyful, smiling, but his chastisement is like thunderbolt. It could correspond to what the scripture describes as sadhu. A sadhu is like a rose, very soft like a rose, and also very hard like thunderbolt. That is perfect. It has this quality. I remember when they chastised me, I didn't sleep for 3 days. 3 days. Not joke. Not, I want to sleep, but sleep did not come. So you can imagine the happiness of that. 3 days, there's no sleep on my eyes. There's no eating. Not that I didn't want to eat, no appetite to eat. But before he did this, he had to prepare me for long time. He prepared me for years before he did that. He is an expert doctor. He knows a particular medicine and the exact time to give the medicine. That it will act perfectly. So, a perfect leader, a leader whose behavior is inspired by selflessness. Selfless. He's not expecting anything material from it, but he's expecting the best aspect of our life, a Krishna consciousness. For that, he's ready to do anything to get it out. Just like a mother. A mother who does not chastise the children, who does not correct the children and consider them, their children, they will spoil. A perfect mother, a perfect father is ready to see that the child is the best. And to be able to get that, the parent has to be careful in attending to the children. The Guru is a perfect father, he's a perfect mother, he's a perfect leader, because he knows what to do at every time. And then I also remember, I have a very strong addiction for music. Strong addiction. I came with that mentality to the temple. Although I couldn't do it outside, when I came to inside, because I was ready for that when I moved to the temple. I went into the music I was playing before as a reggae musician. I changed the Karami song, I changed it into Bhagavad Gita philosophy. I'm not the body. So I wrote 6 songs. I got my friends, we played it, recorded it. Gurudev was not around. When he came, I gave him the record. He played it for 3 days. I didn't hear anything from him. So after 3 days, he called me. I went to his room. Perfect leader. He has already prepared everything he's going to do. He was reading letter of devotion. And he already marked everything. So when I got there, he gave me the book to read. So I was reading. And I read, come to a point where he has already prepared himself. When I got to that point, he said, just like what you are doing mixed devotional service. Hey! Just like what you are doing, mixed devotional service. None of our children did this. Why are you doing this? You should stop right now. He has a mystical way of doing things. I have not been speaking about the mystical things. I want to mention one thing today. There are many, innumerable. So I was silent. He didn't talk again. Now he was talking from in his mind. He was talking to me from the mind. And everything was very clear. If you don't stop this music now, you are going to get a very big popularity. You are going to get big money. You are going to bring fame to the movement, but you will not last. The message was very, very clear. I was also very silent. He was not looking at me. I was not looking at him. Both of us were looking in different directions. And he continued to speak, Then he came out and he told me, you see, you don't want to marry? I promise you, if you do music, you will marry. I said, thank you, brother. I got the message. So, right from that day till today, I have forgotten. Something which was difficult for me to forget, I forgot it that day. Every day I give it up. So he is a loving father. Here, what has happened here is more than what we are hearing. Gurudev had looked into the future. He was not just looking at the present. He had looked at my future. He has seen the end. And he knows the end is not perfect, not good. So he said, yes, what all these things. Philosophy can come inside, yeah, do it for Krishna. This is for Krishna. You can do for Krishna. Yes, you can do it for Krishna, but the person will not last. I did good for me. He said, it's not good for me. He knows that, and he stopped me. Stop here. I cannot forget this because what he has done. We used to say that nobody can replace Krishna Master, nobody can replace Krishna Master. We may philosophically speak about this thing, but actually nobody can replace what the bona fide Krishna Master does for the life of the devotees. It's my practical experience. It's my practical experience. There are many of this. You are a caretaker whose responsibility is to promote a peaceful, harmonious well-being of everyone. Still under the phenomenon of love. You are a caretaker. Who is a caretaker? Our responsibility is to promote peace, harmonious well-being of everyone. The Lila Mataji was teaching us about the community, about devotee care. Where does he get it from? The seed is coming from the Gurudev. And he has perfectly presented the principle for community. Perfect. So Gurudev is seeing our future, that we are not the body, yes, but not the body does not mean we should not take care of the body for practicing Christian consciousness. How do we take care of our body for Christian consciousness? We need a certain facility, mature facility to do that. While we don't forget that we are spirit soul, we should know that here we need the body to continue the spiritual activities. For that, the Gurudev established to show us his love in action. The Gurudev established here in West Africa, I can say here in Nigeria and in Ghana, so many cottage industries. We're making candles, incense, bathing soaps, washing soaps, shoes, drums, rings, pendants, mridangas. Farm, there was a farm at Abeokuta, 2 places in Abeokuta, also in Benin city. He was not just talking, he actually established this thing, but unfortunately, we did not understand him. So we didn't maintain what he gave to us. But he is a leader who has vision, right, to care and to protect us. How many people will continue to preach their philosophy and not the body if there's no prasadam in the stomach? You go and Sankirtan and they come back. You are not the body, Prabhu, so no prasadam this evening. Tomorrow you go Sankirtan? No. You go Harinam? You are not the body. So, you are spirit soul. You are spirit soul. No prasadam. Let's go Sankirtan. Harinam. 6 hours in the street. So Gurudev wanted us to provide everything, to produce everything which we need, that we don't have to depend on. See, we call people, oh, these academies, but we should go back to the same people to buy what the academies have produced, but we don't have anything to show that we are really spiritual beings, spiritual personalities. Gurudev knows about these things. We established a process by which we don't have to depend on anyone. We have to be self-sufficient, and they should come, as they come to us to get philosophy, they should also come to us to feel their belly. Gurudev established this. That is why we wanted to show our appreciation. It is not late. In fact, it is better for us to show appreciation for the spiritual master, even better than when he is physically present. A good student is known not only when the teacher is in the classroom. A good student is known when the teacher is not in the classroom. Now is the time for us to show appreciation for what Gurudev has done for us. Learn to love everyone dearly and allow this love for others to radiate through you. Learn to love everyone dearly, everyone, not just my wife or my husband or my brothers and sisters or my friends, so-called friends. Who is a friend in the material world? We don't have friends in the material world, but we created artificially. Prahlad Maharaj said, "Oh, these are illusion. This is my friend. This is my enemy. This is here I can see pure lifestyle. This is here I can see the philosophy." But Gurudev went beyond this to show our love. We should learn how to love everyone dearly and allow this love for others to radiate through you. He is a mirror for that. Everyone can identify with that. How every one of us know how he captured Nelson Mandela. He captured him, not the philosophy, not just the philosophy, he captured him. It is his own personality, his purity, the quality of love in him that he captured Nelson Mandela. He captured Muhammad Ali. He captured the great personality. When we went to meet General Olusegun Obasanjo, when we went to meet him in his house, Gurudev, when Obasanjo said, when I got the message that they were coming, and I looked at you, the personality was coming, the impression I got was that an angel is coming to visit me. So I've been waiting for this angel to come. And when you were late, I was praying to God, please, I don't want to miss this opportunity. And now I'm very happy that angel has come to my house. This is what the passenger said. I was dead. That was, it was Chief Chaitanya Lila Prabhu. He's a chief at Albado, Sacinandana Prabhu's place. So the chief here arranged this program. We saw so many personalities, big lawyers. And Obasanjo is one of the leaders in Nigeria that lead Nigeria 3 times. As a military and also civilian. He lead this country 3 times. People they met him to present Krishna consciousness to him. And this is what he said. This is the impression he got about Gurudev, that he love radiated. He said, yes, now I am blessed that the angel has come to visit me. And also yesterday we were hearing from Srivas Prabhu about General J.J. Rawlings of Ghana, what he did. And many influential personalities that Gurudev influenced their life. What about you remember in Zambia, Kenneth Kaunda, he met all these great personalities. See how Gurudev captured them, what his purity, what his with his compassion, with the love he has in people. He radiated this love, and everybody identified with him. And I have personally mentioned many times in my presentations in my book, many times I mentioned it, and every year I continue to mention it. We did not accept His Holiness Bhakti Tirtha Maharaj as a guru because he's black like us. It is because of his quality that we saw that attracted us to him, not because he's black. For me as a person, and I know that other devotees also have the same feeling. His qualities is like a magnet that will magnet even the demons to start liking him. So we saw these qualities in the Gurudev. All right. So we go next to slide 4. A source of true happiness. The role of an effective leader is to create conditions in this material world that make the journey home a possibility. A possibility. We have seen how the Gurudev everyday guidance, everyday counseling, everyday teachings, every day from morning till night. His life is a teaching, is a protection, is a shelter, is a guidance, is a guide. We've seen this in practical dealing with every devotee. Practical dealings we have seen every day. And not only the disciple. I remember when we went to one church, Olumba Church at Ikeja, Olumba. when we got there, I go there preach. In that church, they don't play any instrument. They don't have any instrument because their teaching is that God everything for God to be natural. So all these things are not natural. We create these things, say they don't use anything. But when we went there, we went with our conga drum and we have a heavy kirtan and everybody were dancing. And the leader came and he said, if I did not see you physically, I will never believe that you are not a member of this church. So we saw this practically. We saw this practically with our eyes. I leading everybody, in making our Christian conscious life very, very simple, very easy. Everybody to understand it is possible. Christian consciousness is possible. And he showed up by his life in every day-to-day life. How he answered questions of everybody. It's amazing. Very sweet. Next slide. Activating higher energies. Your higher loving energy will neutralize negativity. Your higher loving energy will neutralize negativity. I remember very, very clearly.
Is that Michelle? Ariel?
That's my voice. How a Gurudev is a personality when he smiles. How do you feel? When you see Gurudev smile, how do you feel? Your anxiety disappears immediately. Immediately. You'll be forced to smile also. We go with anxiety, heavy tension. You go to him, and after 3 minutes, the anxiety is finished. You leave him with happiness, with joy, with the full confidence, with the feeling that yes, I am. I'm all right. We have seen this. We have seen this. And I remember also when traditional healer came to see Gurudev. This traditional healer came to see Gurudev. That was in Benin City. You know, when a musician and a musician meet, they are going to do music. They're going to discuss music. When lawyers meet, they're going to talk about law. When business people meet, they're going to discuss about music. So when spiritual people meet, what would they do? Mystical people, when mystics meet, what would they do? What mystics? Yeah, they're going to show power. They will show power. So this man, he came with his power to come and see. Oh, he says African High Chief and he's a leader of Krishna. He's doing this, he's doing that. Okay, let me go and see how powerful he is. So he came. And when he came and a Gurudev was sitting on his chair with the singer came by the side and his deity is there. And the man just came after greeting and he sat down, he jumped out. This is alive, this is alive, hey, this is alive. He ran away. He didn't say it again. That was Nrsingadev. He saw Nrsingadev. And when we look at Nrsingadev, we don't see anything. But he saw Nrsingadev. He said, this is alive. This one is alive. He ran away. He couldn't stay there. So Gurudev was laughing. You see, what he wanted to do, he didn't succeed. But he cannot remember, he cannot forget, because he has seen Nrsingadev, he has seen Gurudev. He gets simplification. He gets simplification. Next slide. Expanded reality for the mind. The sleep state is one of the most important aspects of life. During this period, individuals have many opportunities to grow. They can meet with loved ones who have transcended the higher planes of life, visit great centers of learning, receive instruction from great spiritual masters, and encounter a variety of other experiences that they can contribute to a deeper understanding of the purpose and meaning of life. So the other day, Devotee sent a question. The Devotee sent a question. Have any one of us, since Gurudev left, has any one of us had a dream about him? I just sent a message that I have many, and most of you also you have many. So I remember, I remember the one in Jagannath Puri because he has a history with Jagannath. So let me start from that one. Some years ago when the Jagannath deity the old deities are going to be replaced with the new ones. So the 4 trees which are going to be carved for the new present one, the present deity of Jagannath that worshiping in Jagannath Puri now. I was very fortunate by Gurudev's mercy to visit Jagannath Puri at that time, before the tree was cut. And we went to visit all the 4 trees before they cut them down. So the first night we go to Jagannath Puri, I went with 2 friends. In fact, I was reluctant to go there because I know we are not allowed to go to Jagannath Temple. I was thinking the same principle will hold for the tree they're going to be cut. So I wasn't interested. But the Devotee, no, let's go. No, let's go. That's okay. We went. It was amazing. It was very wonderful. It was very good that I went. Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, Shumni, I'll end here. Go end here with this person. So, thank you for reminding me. I was going to ask about that. Just 3 minutes, I'll finish. So we went to Jagannath Puri, and the next day we are going to go and see the 4 trees before they were cut. So now, that night, the Gurudev appeared to me. And the Guru said, he asked me, look at me, very direct, my face. So I look at him. So why are you worried? I waited for a while and I said, Gurudev, because I'm leaving very soon. So I was worried, what will happen? I know when you left, I know what is happening. So I know it will also happen in the same way. So I'm very concerned, I've been thinking about that. This is my concern. So Gurudev looked at me for a while and he said, I beg you, preach for me. When he said, I beg you, preach, when he said, I beg you, I started to cry. I said, Gurudev, you don't have to tell me, you beg me. You just tell me, preach for me. That's all is enough for me. He said, I beg you. I cried. And Gurudev also was crying. Both of us were crying in the dream for a long time. And I woke up like that. That day was amazing. The whole day was amazing. We went to visit all the trees, Jagannath tree, Baladev trees, Sacinandana, Subhadra tree. We visited. The day was a day I cannot forget in my life. Because of time, I'm going to end here. Thank you very much, Sincerely, Bhakti Tirtha Swami Maharaj. The key.
Thank you so much, Maharaj, for that nectar. Thank you for sharing the different tips on leadership and taking us down memory lane, and also making us understand the importance of building community in various ways. Also, thank you, Mother Vraja Lila, as well, for your wonderful workshop and engaging devotees. And thank you all for your patience with sound and light. And I'm just so happy we were able to hear from Maharaj and hear these wonderful pastimes. Now we're going to move on to the second seminar, Leadership 2. And we have His Holiness Bhakti Vasudeva Swami, who has spent over 30 years as a monk in full-time service of propagating this message of Krishna consciousness. Bhakti Vasudeva Swami joined the International Society for Krishna Consciousness in Lagos, Nigeria in 1984, and was initiated by His Holiness Bhakti Tirtha Swami in 1986. He steered many projects in early days of the movement in West Africa under the order of his guru. Namely, in only a few months after his initiation, he became a member of the management committee and later the president of Lagos chapter of ISKCON. In 1990, Bhakti Vasudeva Swami served as regional secretary for Nigeria and the West African subregion. In February of 2009, he received sannyas initiation from His Holiness Pt2 Swami in Mayapur. And since then, he has been traveling around the globe, preaching the sublime message of love and devotion to Krishna. He possesses a unique ability to preach to intellectuals by presenting the Vedic philosophy in a way easily digestible by his audience. Individually and collectively, Bhakti Vasudeva Swami has touched, inspired, and transformed many lives. His Holiness Bhakti Vasudeva Swami holds a PhD in Applied Management and Decision Sciences from Walden University in Minneapolis, USA. He has, to his credit, more than 35 publications in international academic and peer-reviewed journals, which is something I hope to follow in your footsteps one day. Look forward to hearing from you, Maharaj. And welcome.
Thank you. Thank you very much, everyone, for participating in this program. And I'd like to express my special thanks to the organizers of the program, because it's always very difficult to set up a program. And a lot of people don't seem to understand that. But I do know that it is a very difficult task to manage projects like this. So thank you very much, everyone, for your involvement in this very laudable project. So I would like to quickly go to discuss the topic for today. I was requested to present to have a presentation from the volume 2 of Gurudev's leadership book. So I chose to discuss on servant leadership for a number of reasons. One reason that I choose to discuss the servant leadership is that although there are so many leadership models and theories, servant leadership is specifically meant for non-profit organizations. So in this very chapter, Gurudev mentions, he makes a reference to Albert Einstein. Is someone sharing the Nandasunu and Dhruva, are you sharing the PowerPoint? No? Okay. So the first.
Yes,
go to the first one.
Shared. It's being shared at the moment.
Okay. So I was mentioning that in this very chapter on servant leadership, that Gurudev discussed on servant leadership, he makes a reference to Albert Einstein, wherein Albert mentioned the most important human endeavor is striving for morality in our actions. Our inner balance and even our very existence depend on it. Only morality in our actions can give beauty and dignity to our lives. So a very inquisitive mind may wonder, may ask, why does the spiritualist, why does the spiritual master have to quote a mundane scientist? Albert Einstein is a mundane scientist. Yeah, there are a number of reasons for that, because in learning, those who are trained in learning, those who are educators, for instance, they understand that learning is a matter of exposing knowledge, and that knowledge should be from the known to the unknown. First of all, you're talking to an audience, you want to present a topic to an audience, you have to start from where they are aware of, what they know about. If you start with what they don't know, a lot of people will just shy away because it's too much for them. So here, in this very topic on servant leadership, Gurudev mentions about Bhishma Dev, King Pt2, he makes references to them. But the idea is that, I remember when in 2006, I was at North Carolina Political Science Association for a presentation. And some of the professors I met, they actually said, they were talking about, because I made some references to the leadership books. And then these professors, they were mentioning that, they know about that author, that he talks very much on ethical leadership. Yeah, so the idea is that the book itself, the audience, the target audience is a universal, is for everyone, for scholars, for ordinary people, and for devotees. And therefore, first of all, he makes that reference to Albert Einstein to be able to, enable the reader to embrace what follows. Next. What makes a leader? True leaders always lead from the front. In other words, leading from the front means that, the true leader doesn't sit back and order the soldiers to go to the war front, and then he sits back in the cozy office, air-conditioned room to sip tea. He goes, we find this even in the Vedic literature where Lord Ramachandra himself, he went to the war front and, engage in battle. So the true leader is the one who goes the way and shows the way. They are associated with 4 C's: character, competence, compassion, and courage. Next. The work of a true leader can also be listed in a descending order of significance: to be, or being, doing, seeing, and telling. Losers versus winners. To a loser, it may be possible, but it is difficult. To a winner, it may be difficult, but it is possible. A leader says that nothing is impossible. In fact, you know, our chariot, I think Prabhupada mentioned that, you know, impossibility is only found in a fool's dictionary. A loser will say, it is not my job. A winner will say, let me help you do it. And this is very, let me help you do it is very contrary to what is obtainable in a rugged society like in the US. I remember someone was telling me, sharing with me, how in his workplace, he was working in a gas station, and there were some machines that he couldn't figure out. There were new machines brought that he couldn't figure out how to be able to set up the operation. So he went to meet some other guy, some older staff in the office, and said, oh, could you come to help us to show this, how to operate this machine? And then the guy said, you know what? You've got to do it yourself. This is America. Okay, you go and do it yourself. So this is completely the opposite of what leadership reality is, because a leader is willing to help and not simply imposing the ideas that, you know, this is your job, you have to do it. So if there is some difficulty, a leader figures out ways, even without being requested. They'll figure out ways, especially a servant leader, because the emphasis here is on servant leadership, and we are living in a spiritual institution, a spiritual society, and sometimes we tend to mix the leadership concepts of the traditional settings, or the political settings, or the industrial setting with the nonprofit. Now, the nonprofit worker is not being paid, especially in our society. None of us is being paid. Of course, some people these days, some devotees are being paid, but when we joined, no one was being paid. We work so hard day and night, but you know, you understand why you're working so hard, and so you do it with joy. And therefore, when there was a need for help, you know, the leader will come and give assistance. So that leadership model epitomizes a winner. A leader will say, follow me and do as I do. So in America, they say, walk your talk. So a leader is one who basically teaches by example, a chariotship. Winners and whiners. Winners, and especially true leaders, feel good when they do the right thing. Whiners must feel good before they will do right, or before they will do the right thing. Winners say, I will do it because it is right, and I will feel good knowing I acted properly. Whiners say, if I ever feel good about it, then I'll do it. Winners say, I must believe it before I can see it. Whiners say, I must see it before I can believe it. Before I can believe it. So it's interesting counter ideas. Now, the 10 characters or the 10 characteristics of a servant leader are as follows. 1, A servant leader is a deep lover of people. Now, there are basically two categories of love. One love is that one is reposing affection and do not want any payback. Another type of love is that someone exhibits a sense of affection, may provide a support system, but he's expecting some results. He's expecting that, you'll be part of his retinue, or you'll be part of his camp, or you'll be part of his party. Otherwise, you don't get hurt. So, a true lover of people basically will help even non-humans. And for non-humans, what are you expecting to get from them? Say, if you are feeding, monkeys, I remember just before I moved to Mayapur for the festival, I was in Vrindavan for 1 year under the coronavirus lockdown. So there was some of you know this situation in Vrindavan about the monkeys. So I was staying in a private apartment, and each time the boy is cooking, the monkeys come around by the window, they're crying. And so I just thought, well, I had to do some service for these monkeys. And then I really like to serve the monkeys. I go to give them some food. Sometimes the boy who is helping me doesn't really seem so good about it, because he knows that the monkeys, if you try to help them, then they come back again. Immediately they're hungry, they come back by the window crying. So, but then the point here is, if you feed monkeys, what are you going to, what is the expectation you're getting from them? Or if you feed the dogs in Vrindavan, what is the expectation you're going to get from them? There's nothing. They're not going to be part of your camp. They're not going to support you. Rather, they will only come to you when they're hungry. And traditionally, humans, we don't like this. We don't like that people come to meet us because they're in problem. We want to establish a relationship with people. And so we feel more comfortable in helping those who are in relationship with us. But a real servant leader who is experiencing that deep-rooted love, that he or she is permeating, they don't really care whether you are of their party or not. They will just simply help you. So, a Gurudev mentions here, Param Dukkha Dukhi, Kripambudi. A servant leader feels the suffering of others because he is in tune with the constituents and genuinely concerned for the general welfare of the people. Constituents means people who are in a community, people who are under your care. A family could be a constituent. The devotees in the temple could be a constituent. And so the very idea that someone feels the pain or seeing the suffering of others, that's a very high realization. And we can't imitate it. Next, King Pt2 is an example of such a leader. King Pt2 will respect all women as if they were his own mother. And he will treat his own wife as the other half of his body. He will be just like an affectionate father to his citizens. And he will treat himself as the most obedient servant of the devotees. As the most obedient servant of the devotees. You see, if you're a plebeian, it's so easy to be obedient. But what if you are the one on top of a hierarchy? That was the position of King Pt2. And so the reference or the example that Gurudev gave here, this is a very high example. And so it is very important. And if he presents this type of stuff in the beginning of his talk, the reader may shy away. And that is why he brought in the quotation of the scientist, Albert Einstein. Pt2 Maharaj was also very humble, meek and gentle. And whenever he performed any philanthropic work or welfare activity for the general public, he would labor exactly as if he were attending to his own personal necessities. You know, sometimes we find people, especially in countries or areas or cities where, or communities where we have so many people who are really begging to be able to fend for themselves. They are not able to fend for themselves. And so sometimes we find people who give and they don't want to be noticed. Anti-technically, there are people who give, but then they want to be, you will find this also in our temple projects, that sometimes people give money and they want to be anonymous. They don't want to be noticed by anyone. And now, Gurudev also makes some reference to some authors or some literature. So I remember when I was having some leadership course at the Mayapur Institute for some conditions. Some of the devotees who participated in the program, they were querying the presenters that why is it that they are making reference to mundane scholars? Why don't they just check all through Prabhupada's writings and just give all the quotations from Prabhupada's writings? Now, for one to have a comprehensive understanding and be able to utilize an information, especially in this digital age, we don't resist to be able to extract any good thing from even a non-devotee statement. For instance, you may go to some place and if a non-devotee says something or does something wonderful, there's no harm in appreciating that. In fact, utility, we always have mentioned that utility as our principle. And so even what mundane authors have written, and if they are suitable or if they are good for us, that is basically the example that our own Guru Maharaj is giving here. So, yeah, we could use anything for the service of the Lord, and those people who are providers of those type of information also the benefit from that. Community is based on sharing and concern for one another. If we do not reach out, even when we are in distress, we must indeed be very much alone. A good leader will not allow such social and personal disintegration, but will implement policies that will engender a sense of community, security, and protection. Community comes from two words, or is derived from two words, commune and unity. Commune means empathic communication. And unity, basically, we understand, unifying forces, unifying emotions, working together, having a shared understanding of values, etc. And so in our communities, we should understand what community really implies so that we can work towards achieving that objective. 3, a servant leader creates lasting value. In order to determine how best to move forward, a servant leader learns from the past and looks carefully at the present before moving into what he hopes or she hopes will be a brighter future. People keep promising us, oh, better days are coming. Yes, better days are coming. But we need to learn also from the present. We have to figure out where we are moving on to from the present, learn from the past. It's not that something bad happens and, you know, we think that, well, we are devotees. Why me? This is not supposed to happen to me because I've been in the movement. I've been chanting Hare Krishna. I've been doing service for, you know, decades of years. No, whatever that transpires in our lives, we should see it as an opportunity for growth. There is an East African proverb that states, while we may think we have inherited the present from our ancestors, we have actually borrowed it from the future, from our future or our children. A servant leader understands that what we do now will influence future generation. I mean, it's just so simple to understand this, that whatever energies we put in, we are bound to have some response. So we have to be responsible, and we should be responsible, and we are responsible for recreating and regenerating a future that creates, that enables happiness and collectivity for everyone. So basically, one of the things that we can understand from Gurudev's writings is that he's been very eclectic in terms of how he gathers data, information here and there, and condenses it, synthesizes it, and makes it very wholesome for the devotee to digest. So here, he makes a reference to some information, some data from Jack Collins. 9% of the people say in our society, in our temples, or in our community, 9% of the people will leave because the competition has offered them a better deal. In other words, you know, you're living in one community, another leader comes in, or you got exposed to another situation, and then, you know, you find that, oh, that place, they're giving you better facilities or better allowance and all these type of things, and then you want to move there. So 9% of such people should be expected. 14% of the people will leave because of product or institutional dissatisfaction. 75% of the people will leave because they feel devalued and unappreciated. These people stay away from the institution while the others may come back in due course of time. So devaluing people makes a lot of difference, and it could create a lasting stigma in their psyche. Number 4, a servant leader is a philosopher. A servant leader always seeks truth and dharma. Dharma refers to religion, ethics, integrity, truth, and ultimately to all things in the eternal realm, Sanatana Dharma. A servant leader is a philosopher because, you know, and this is very common in our society. Even someone who comes to the movement for 3 months, they're very philosophical, so it's very difficult to deal with them. Very difficult to, you know, to pin them down. They have read back and forth the literatures, and they can always find something to be able to defend themselves. Or they could always use something as a weapon against others. So ideally, philosophy is the love of wisdom. Wisdom is meant to enhance happiness, peace, and harmony. 5, a servant leader leads from the inside out. A servant leader develops his character. Good character or integrity is power. In Sanskrit, this is called achara and prachara. Achara means behavior, and prachara literally means teachings or words. Both a leader's words and actions should be exemplary. This exemplary good character is called sadachara. Six, a servant leader is principle-centered. In Sanskrit, the words karma, jnana, vijnana, and atma vidya are used to describe these laws and principles. Karma relates to the law of reciprocity, jnana to the principle of knowledge, vijnana realized knowledge, and atma vidya to self-realization, or the understanding of the self as the soul. Understanding these laws, they have interconnectedness. The understanding these laws and the interconnectedness of principles creates fairness, integrity, honesty, dignity, service, liberation, and of course, love. Seven, a servant leader is a powerful visionary. Such a leader must have a powerful and piercing vision with which he can clearly see how to make the best use of his resources. So we have a number of ways to be able to generate resources, financial, economic, people, or moving and non-moving assets. A study of the basic writings on leadership, psychology, and spirituality, especially those from Asian cultures, will help to develop such a vision. In Vedic culture, the topmost visionary is called Sastra Sakshita, one who visualizes all things with the aid of the authorized religious scriptures. These days, the leaders, especially within the political settings, there are, in some cases, even in industries, there is, if you go to any industry and ask them, what is the leadership model you are adapting in your administration? They don't follow any leadership model. But at least, you see, the reason why, one of the reasons why Gurudev brought in leadership, servant leadership, we have always been saying, and everywhere, even a child in my movement can say, dasa, 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 anudasa. I'm a servant of the servant of the servant. So we accept in principle that we are servants. Are we acting as servants, or we are acting as controllers? 8, a servant leader keeps everyone engaged according to their propensities. Yeah, this is so important. And I call this talent management. And so, you see, when Puja joined in Atlanta, when they sent him to Atlanta, our brother went to Atlanta one time, and he asked the president, so that scientist, is he here? He said, yes. What is what engagement are you giving to him? The president said, we engage him to wash dishes. Prabhupada said, all that you know is engage people to wash dishes. He's a scientist. Send him to Damodara, Swarup Damodara. So, Prabhupada didn't go to management school, but he understands the value of talent management. And so sometimes, you see, if I'm a pujari, if someone else is not a pujari in my temple, then I think that they are fallen, they're just wasting their time. No, people have come to this movement with different talents. And so the expert servant leadership has expertise in talent management, engages people according to their talents. Number 9, a servant leader is an expert in delegation and empowerment. See, I had a program a day or two ago, a panel program, and some of the justices on the panel program. I know one lady. I remember one lady. She said the program was on gender-based violence, cultural perspectives to gender-based violence. And so one of the justices that was on the program, she said she hates the word, she hates the word empowerment because she knows that she can't empower anybody. So, but empowerment doesn't mean that you as an individual will empower anybody. You can't even empower ourselves, not to speak of empowering anybody. And so sometimes people take words and they don't really give regards to the connotative meaning of words. They only rely on the denotative meaning of words. And so here you find someone who is supposedly respected in society, is a justice. Then look, this is the mindset, this is the idea of what they understand as empowerment, and without really understanding the different approaches to empowerment, and she condemns empowerment. But this empowerment is something you find in scholarship, in the academy. It's just a big thing. I remember I gave a talk. I won medical university in Argentina some years ago, and the whole of the hall was filled up with their professors and their students, and it was just a good exchange because I learned also a lot from them, and they were so much enthralled by the presentation. So empowerment is something that we need to be able to understand. Empowering, especially the young ones, the young folks. We are getting old. We're going to be kicked out from the body at any time. And so there's a need to be able to train people and prepare them to be able to take up the mantle of power. And so it is important for us to understand that no one is going to be on the planet for life. And we have to be able to prepare ourselves for sustainability. A servant leader leaves behind a culture of enduring excellence. Excellence. In Vedic literature, we refer to this as parampara, which is enduring chain of the highest quality of leadership. All great servant leaders leave legacy, a sustainable legacy. Servant leaders protect their legacy by acknowledging people's propensities and engaging them accordingly. A servant leader knows that when people are sufficiently encouraged and empowered, they will in turn empower others who work with them and who come after them. The culture of enduring excellence is based on continual progression of people empowering and enthusing or motivating others based on principle-centered leadership. Thank you very much. Any questions?
Thank you, Maharaj, for the wonderful, wonderful reminder of Gurudev's legacy with the 10 rules of leadership and how to apply them in order to create dynamic communities. If anybody would like to submit a question, please do so right now in the chat so that we can share it with Maharaj. Definitely. Maharaj, I'd like to know which of these 10 rules, not rules, but tenets, do you feel is one of your favorites to guide yourself, I guess? What is your favorite one that you like to apply?
The favorite, these are characteristics that are meant for every servant leader. So keep in mind that traditionally, Western scholars, they don't acknowledge the Eastern tradition. They go to the East to take information from the Vedic literatures, and then they come back to develop a model or a theory, and then they call it themselves. Now, the very scholar in the management sciences, the very scholar who developed leadership, servant leadership, he recognized the Eastern tradition. He said he read a pamphlet an Oriental pamphlet, and the stories in the pamphlet intrigued. They were so intriguing that from there he got inspired to be able to, develop the servant leadership model. So it's not a question of which one do you admire most. These are characteristics of servant leadership. The servant leader, we are working, as devotees, we are working for Krishna in a non-profit organization. We are supposed to be servant leaders. And these qualities enumerated here in this book by Gurudev, we are supposed to imbibe and implement those qualities. It's not a question of which one. No, all of them we have to be able to imbibe it and implement those characters, those requirements, those teachings.
All right, thank you so much.
Every one of us. We may say, well, I'm not a leader, but I remember several years ago when, I think a year or so after I joined, and I was in the BBT shop. I was in Nigeria then. I was in the BBT shop. They assigned the BBT shop to me to take care of, and registration of live members, etc. So I remember one time, I was not a term president, I was not a vice president, I was just, in charge of the BBT. And then he wrote me one time and said, you make sure, Vasudeva, you make sure all the leaders are following. So I went to meet the regional secretary at that time. I said, why is Gurudev telling me this? Because I'm a small boy compared to all these people. No one is going to, I can't go and say anything to anybody. I'm also, I'm not one of the leaders. So he suggested that I better write him to explain, to make my inquiry. So I did. And one of the things he mentioned is that everyone is supposed to be a leader. In other words, if even you are not a leader now, you are a potential leader. And the Bhagavatam mentions that a teacher, a mother, a father, a spiritual master, these are all leaders. And so if you're a female, if you're a teenage girl, you're a potential leader. You're a potential leader. So these are guidelines that we have to implement in our lives to be able to attain that leadership, that servant leadership status. In fact, one of the characteristics of servant leadership that was identified by the this Western author of the leadership theory, the servant leadership theory, he said, and we find this very much in Gurudev's life. He said, a servant leader is a good listener. He doesn't take, it's not autocratic. It doesn't take, people for granted. If you tell him something or you tell her something, they will, and if it's reasonable, they will even change what they have already decided. Let me share something. I remember some years ago, again, when I was in Africa, during an international festival, I was in Ghana. So Gurudev he had announced different, he had made some changes, new leadership positions. Some devotees were given some new positions. And, one of the devotees who was given a new position, he just told me some things because, right from time, I really like to be free, liberal with people. I don't want to deal with situations that somebody will be scared or be worried about, sharing information with me. So one of these guys, he had told me all the things that he did when he traveled. But then, and he also works very hard. And so he was given some new sensitive position. And then I mentioned to Gurudev that this person is my friend. He works very hard. And this position that was given to just announced, it could really produce a lot of disparate consequences for him. And he asked me how, why? So I explained to him what the guy is passing through. And immediately he changed. Another example in Lagos, someone came to steal from the mini industry there. We were producing different type of stuffs. And Gurudev was upstairs. We had 1, 2, 3, 3 floors of building. And so he was living up on the top floor. And so from the top floor, he could sense that this guy had gone to the industry, to the mini industry, to collect some things. And so he asked devotees to go after him and search him. And then they found some, stolen goods with this guy. And he said he should be suspended, for some times also. And then somebody went to tell him that, you see, if nothing happens to him, he will come back here again to steal. Just asking him not to come to temple might not be enough. And he authorized the devotees that, all right, they should figure out the best action to be taken in order to deter him or deter even other devotees from getting involved in this type of pilfering or stealing habits. So my point is, a servant leader is a good listener. He listens. He may be very smart, very, very intelligent, but he respects the views of his followers. He respects the views of his colleagues, and who want to be able to work with people in such a way that it does not become autocratic.
Thank you so much, Maharaj. This has been wonderful. Unfortunately, it looks like we are running out of time. So I am just going to take one more question, but I think that this has been wonderful, and we're going to move on to the next program. So last question, what would you say to a person who thinks that these goals may be too lofty for leaders for today? How does one make up for the areas where they may be lacking? Like working with academics, we know, too lofty.
These requirements are not too lofty if we really want to create a sustainable environment, a sustainable institution, a sustainable leadership. Sustainability here implies we want to create a situation where devotees yet to be born will come and relish the atmosphere of our communities. Look at what Pt2, his status. Now, there is a lot of bastardization of women. Even in our movement, I went to hold it down. I don't want to mention the place. But someone who got married, someone who is married, was reportedly beating his wife right on the holy dam. So is that something to be reckoned with? Now, if we minimize situations and think that, oh, this standard is just too lofty, then we just minimize everything, and then we become substandard, and we don't get the blessings flowing through from the acharyas through the disciplic succession. And so to be in the position of leadership, it's not so easy. It's a very challenging thing. Because if you want to be a leader, don't try to be a good guy. Because people will always find fault with you. Whether you do the perfect thing, people will always find fault with you. and so if you want to create a substandard, no problem. These characteristics may be too lofty. But otherwise, if we want to create, well, we need to think about the fact that we are religious workers, and we are different from the industrial workers. We work with the idea that Krishna's two Bhagavans Vaya. So we walk in to be able to please Krishna and Guru. And so the scriptures are there. See, in the future, it might be even difficult for people to follow, the standard that Prabhupada has given to us. But right now, we should do our very best to see how we are sustaining what we have been given by the acharyas. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Maharaj. Thank you very much for this wonderful, enlivening seminar. And thank you also, Bhakti Tirtha Damodara as well, and Mother Vraja Lila for these wonderful reflections on leadership. And now we are going to slide right into the next program. We have several devotees who have sent me different information so that we can discuss preaching strategies and updates on devotee projects. So right now, this is a time to learn what's going on around the world. We're not going to have as much time, but we're going to try to get as many people in as possible. And so I will send you a text if you're up next, be ready. And so first we are going to have Mother Vraja Lila. And so we're going to keep this brief so we can get as many devotees in as possible.
Haribol Krishna Shakti, so nice. Thank you, Bhakti Tirtha Damodara Maharaj and Bhakti Vasudeva Swami. Thank you so very much. So we have 3 different projects we want to present to the devotees, and one of them is a video. So Nanda Suno Prabhu, if you would kindly show that video. These are all community building projects. And so this is from the devotees that we are blessed by Guru Maharaj to be cultivating in Kazakhstan.
The physiology, psychology, biology, sociology, so many things. But there is no university, school, college throughout the whole world to understand the soul.
The Institute for Applied Spiritual Technology was founded by His Holiness Bhakti Tirtha Swami in 1988 in the United States of America.
He spent many years developing this institute, giving the teachings of Srila Prabhupada as he himself received them throughout his Krishna conscious life in ISKCON.
In 2010, the Institute for Applied Spiritual Technology was opened in Almaty, Kazakhstan. It is headed by His Grace Chaitanya Chandra Charan Prabhu, and Malika Mala Devi Dasi became the executive director of the institute.
So Malika Mala is carrying on the legacy of Bhakti Tirtha Maharaj, which before he left this planet, he so much wanted that everyone would be able to get Srila Prabhupada's teachings in ways that they can understand.
IFAS today is an international society grounded in the teachings of Lord Krishna, with a focus on sharing Krishna consciousness with the world, while improving social relations through practical application of Vaishnava philosophy. The mission and goals of the Institute are fully aligned with the first purpose of ISKCON and follow Srila Prabhupada's teachings specified in all 7 purposes of ISKCON's constitution. To reach the first purpose of ISKCON, Institute has set up 3 important tasks. The first task, systematically propagate spiritual knowledge. IFAS International regularly conducts public lectures, seminars, retreats, festivals, marathons, workshops, pilgrimages. The internet has become an effective tool for spreading knowledge, especially during pandemic. We organize a lot of different online events, online preaching, webinars, live broadcasts, regular posts, video quotes, marathons, movies. The second task, educate all people in the techniques of spiritual practice. We offer long-term educational preparation courses under the umbrella of Razum Life, duration of 6 to 9 months. More than 4,000 people took our courses from more than 22 different countries. More than 12,000 students took part in our pilgrimage tours. The Institute of Bhagavad Gita and Srimad Bhagavatam School were launched in 2017, attended by around 9,500 of students. After the completion of the educational preparation courses, graduates are invited to participate in the 9-month intensive Vaishnava program, where Vaishnava philosophy, etiquette, and the eternal science of relationship are studied. In 10 years, about 200 people graduated from Vaishnava program in Almaty. In 6 years, 1,050 students graduated from Vaishnava program in online format. Many graduates remain at the Institute and continue to serve in various courses and programs. The Institute's team is around 180 graduates from all countries of the world. The third task of the Institute: achieve real unity and peace in the world. The Institute collaborates with different federal organizations and businesses, receiving grants to organize spiritual and ethical children's festival, Kino Svet, the light of movies. We also strive for interfaith dialogue and cooperation, meetings and live sessions with the representatives of other confessions, and cooperate with other Vaishnava programs. We help organizing Goloka fests, temple programs, festivals, and retreats. In 2020, iFast International has become a member of URI, United Religions Initiative. URI is a non-governmental organization with consultative status with the United Nations. iFast has decided to become a part of URI, since URI's mission is similar to the first purpose of ISKCON. In February 2021, iFast International organized a 7-day global interfaith forum for transformation, GIFT, for URI members within World Interfaith Harmony Week, United Nations. We presented ISKCON as a highly professional organization, friendly to all religions and ready to serve others. The forum gave us an opportunity to widely propagate spiritual knowledge and techniques, which is our main goal and first purpose of ISKCON.
Srila Bhakti Tirtha Swami Maharaj, with such gratitude, with such love, just gave his heart to all the devotees in the Russian-speaking countries. He was giving his gratitude and his time and his compassion to any of the devotees who are taking care of the Vaishnavas in the Russian-speaking countries. It is very special and very important that the Institute is so much alive and expanding in the Russian-speaking part of the world.
I'm not interested in just preaching at any time. I try to preach to convince and to transform.
We are eternally grateful to His Holiness Bhakti Tirtha Swami, Her Grace Vraja Lila Devidasi, His Grace Ekavira Prabhu, His Grace Chaitanya Chandra Charan Prabhu, senior Vaishnavas, devotees, and to all other people who accept our imperfect service. Hare Krishna.
Thank you, Mother Rajalila. Is there anything you would like to add? You're on mute.
Sorry, getting help on the computer here. I want to thank our devotees in Kazakhstan, our community there that's building so nicely. And we just thank Malika Mala. She's the person there that's keeping everything going on behalf of His Holiness Bhakti Tirtha Swami. I want to go now to our community in Chile. So we've been doing a lot of work with the Chilean devotees. And I'm there going to be online just now. So Nanda, if you can connect with them. We've been teaching compassionate communication in that community for a little bit over a year. And so Gita, who has a yoga studio in Chile, she has been the person that is coordinating iFast activities in Chile. Gita, are you here with us? And she's trying to get some of the community devotees together. So let's see if we can get this hooked up here. Chile devotees. Okay. Nanda, if we are, I'm gonna see what's going on with them. And if we can then show the project. Oh, here they are. Okay. Gita, are you on? Ekatma, Gita?
Yes.
Okay.
I am Mata. I can see if Gita is here because I'm from my phone. So
Okay, whatever you can do, if you can share quickly the project we're doing in Chile.
Yeah, we are working in a collective called Datri, which is part of a yoga and Ayurveda school. So what Mother Vraja Lila is doing with us is teaching and giving different workshops about communication, and that really helps. The community we are building is a Bhakti community that we are building here, and everyone is very inspired, and many of the students of the school already start to ask about who is Bhakti Tirtha Swami, and they are wondering, and they want to know more about him also, because they feel connected with him through the knowledge that Vraja Lila is giving us, and also because of the the wisdom that we've been receiving through these teachings. So yeah, we are very inspired here.
Harbole Katma, Gita was going to have a little tape of the devotees there. If you don't have it, it's okay. We can then just move.
We didn't communicate about that, so I don't know.
Okay, all right, no problem.
Yeah,
No
I don't know. Maybe we can send something to the group, to the God Brothers and Sisters group, to just let them know what we're doing here and how we are receiving all this help from you, and
Thank you so much for progressing on behalf of our beloved, revered Guru Maharaj, Bhakti Tirtha Swami. Gita is a disciple of His Holiness Indradumna Maharaj. And we have about 30 plus community members. Some are devotees, some are aspiring yoga students, and everyone is coming along really nicely. So thank you so much, Ekatma. And now the last project, which Bhakti Dhira Damodara Maharaj, actually, I believe he is one of the caretakers of this project. However, we were requested to show this video of the caretaking of Guru Maharaj's Samadhi in Mayapur. This is a project that we encourage all devotees to please be a part of this project. Please, please.
What was the name of that Prabhu? That was Shakshiko.
This is the Samadhi of our beloved Guru Maharaj in Mayapur. For those of you that may not have been there, Bhakti Tirtha Damodara Maharaj has been caretaking, making sure devotees are caring for the Samadhi. Presently, some of the pujaris, one pujari is Lalita Devi, who's a disciple of His Holiness Sacinandana Swami. Guru Maharaj gets a breakfast every morning and a lunch from Srila Prabhupada. Also, Shakshi Gopal Prabhu, we thank you so much for sending this video from Mayapur. We're really grateful to you. You also offered a garland to Guru Maharaj, to Lord Nrsimhadev, for his appearance there. We thank you so very much. We request devotees, please connect with Bhakti Tirtha Damodara Maharaj if you would like to help us care for the Samadhi. You can send donations to Bhakti Tirtha Damodara Maharaj. He can make arrangements where you can send it to help.
And again, we owe gratitude to His Holiness Bhakti Tirtha Swami, who actually constructed the Samadhi for his godbrother, beloved godbrother.
Yes.
Our Guru Maharaj.
Thank you so much, Ekavira. Bhakti Tirtha Maharaj Ki Jai. This is his mercy. And one last project, which I won't show anything for this one. We have an inter-I-fast that is in North America, where we cultivate devotees in North America, not only devotees, but anyone, where we have a community. I'm very grateful Krishna Shakti joined our community recently. She has so much to offer. It's a community that's also based on teaching compassionate communication. And that's in North America. So we're planning to have the globe with iFast. Thank you so very much. Adi Adi.
Thank you so much. Very exciting to hear what is going on all over the world and seeing how Gurudev's legacy is continuing and how the outreach programs are continuing. Up next, we have His Grace Srivas Maharaj, and he will be speaking about projects within Ghana, I'm assuming. Maharaj, are you here?
Srivas Vanachari.
Jai. All right, so we are going to go to the next person while we wait for Maharaj to come on. We're going to go to Mother Yashoda Mai. And if not, we're going to.
Haribol. I don't know if you can see me.
Yes.
Hare Krishna Prabhu. Jai. Danchakalpa Trubas Chakravistan Racha Petitanam Pavedu Vaishnavedu Haribol. I wish I had known a little bit more about what this section was. Would have put together a slideshow, but I just wanted to share one of the things that really is very dear to my heart.
Your audio just went out for a second. Let's see.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. So one of the things that's very dear to my heart is this whole concept of cottage industries. It was mentioned in the leadership workshop. I think it was also mentioned yesterday, I believe and it was something that that Gurudev was really very adamant about, that we should be practicing self-sufficiency through creating cottage industries. And any time that we had anything, any ideas, any new ideas or whatever, he would immediately have us broadcast whatever was going on in one area through the newsletters to everybody else, so that they would also see the ideas and possibly pick up on things that worked for them. So, and when I remember when I first started, when I first came to the US, one of the things that I was doing was supporting the cottage industries in Nigeria through urban spiritual development. I wanted to share with devotees. I know that we're doing wonderful things through the Inter-IFAS. Mother Vraja is doing wonderful things through Inter-IFAS, and I'm not sure what Srivas, but from just an individual point of view, I have my own botanical business, Trifolium Natural Botanicals, and one of the aspects of it is I make tofu, and that wasn't something that I actually had intended to grow into a large business, but it is a whole entity to itself right now. I imported machinery from Taiwan, and I've been dealing with the marketing of the business, the production and the marketing, and as well as everything else. And I'm just offering that the whole idea of not only being able to grow our own produce, whatever, but to also be able to produce at least this one item for other devotees in our family around the world, that I will, show you how it's done, show you what I'm doing, and give you the opportunity to create your own manufacturing in whatever area you are. One of the things that I've been doing here is that I produce tofu to one of my clients include a local farmer that does a summer CSA. And one of the reasons that he has my tofu, my product, is because a lot of the people that he provides organic vegetables to want to be able to use tofu as well. I supply a restaurant in the college town near here. I supply a health food store. So all of these facilities, well, what we're trying to do is encourage less meat eating. And one of the ways that we can do that is to have a product that we can teach people how to substitute meat, fish, and eggs in their diet with this as we slowly bring them up to a higher consciousness. So I think that this is a valuable tool to use in our outreach and our preaching. And I'm willing to, travel to anywhere that somebody wants me to come to teach them how to do this and to help them set up their own production company, their own production. So I just wanted to share that. I mean, I'm doing a lot of other things as well, but I think this is the one item that has a lot of different possibilities. There are a lot of side things that you can make in this process as well, not just tofu. You can also do soy milk. There's also a lot of different things. And so, yeah, so whatever, whoever wants to know more about it, please just get in touch with me either through this or you can just go online, go to trifolianaturalproducts.com and get through to me that way as well, or, through Gitanagri Farm. Jai Haribol.
Jai, thank you so much for your show to my E. My mom wants to know if you make tempeh, but well.
I think that's what I'm talking about. Tempeh, I don't like it. So I don't focus on anything I don't like. But that's also another, people have asked me about it, but it's another thing. I'm just one person.
Right.
And again, if anybody wants to learn and wants to come here and learn how to do it, I am looking for devotees to be able to teach these processes so that they can, keep expanding. If there's a couple somewhere that's looking for something that they want to do as their own business and they can take it and expand it, that, I'm willing to share and show. Yeah.
I just want to say quickly, Yashoda Mai is being really humble. She also does all kinds of herbs, all kinds of soaps, all kinds of anything natural. And she's showing one thing. So Yashoda, there's a lot you can teach devotees. Thank you very much.
Jai, Mother Yashoda Ki Jai. Thank you. I'm glad somebody put the website. Excellent. Perfect. I think we're going to have a lot of people joining on board. Thank you so much for sharing, Mother. Next, we have His Grace Srivas Maharaj. No, sorry, just Srivas. You're up next. Thank you so much. All right, we're going to go to Mitravinda Mataji, and then we'll have Mitravinda. Would you like to go next?
Hi, Krishna. Thank you so much. I don't have wonderful graphics or audio or anything like that. It's pretty much simple and to the basics, but I'm really happy to have had some opportunities beginning 2019 with doing my first fire yagya outside, and to inspire people who are trying to be Krishna conscious in their lives, in their daily lives and otherwise. So on top of that, through Srila Prabhupada and Gurudev and Krishna's mercy, I've been somehow afforded these opportunities to teach Bhagavad Gita. My largest class was 2,000 women who had never heard the name Krishna before. But through this training, they have become inspired and very inquisitive. And from there, I have expanded it to include an online Bhagavad Gita training for people who are new to Krishna consciousness. And in that vein, it has continued to grow. And I also work with interfaith and other communities locally and outside of my area in Philadelphia. So I'm really happy to, I don't know, I guess be utilized in such a way after many years of, you know, in the bleachers. So it feels good to be on the field. But I wanted to say that anybody who has not felt inspired, supported, encouraged in their bhakti practices or sharing because of our mission of taking it to the streets and sharing it with every town and village as Lord Chaitanya wished, please don't give up. Don't feel discouraged. Keep yourself motivated, and you know, the wheels are turning, and one day it will happen for you that you feel more useful than you could have thought. So thank you so much, everyone. Thank you, Gurudev, for all of the love and inspiration that has filled my cup and is able to be poured into other cups now. Hare Krishna.
Thank you so much, Mother Mitravinda. Very exciting. Thank you for sharing Chaitanya's mercy. With
How does one connect Mitravinda with her project? How does one reach her?
Maybe she can put that in the chat. That would be perfect.
Well, I have several online platforms, and then the other classes are through Zoom, and some are local here in Philadelphia, but to be expanding outward as soon as things open up. So my contact information, most people have it. If not, it can be gotten very easily. I'm available for everyone.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Mother Jambati, for that question. And next we have His Grace Srivas. Look forward to hearing from you.
Hare Krishna. Are you hearing me? Hare Krishna. What's happening? Can I hear me?
Yes, now I can hear you.
We can hear you, Shivas Prabhu.
Hare Krishna, we are hearing you.
Thank you.
So we are happy to share the progress made so far on Gurudev's desire for us to have a self-sufficient communities. It was his greatest desire to see devotees in Ghana produce their own food and become self-sufficient. Somehow or the other, we attempted, but we did not actually come to the level that Gurudev wanted. But now, under the inspiration of Bhakti Tirtha Maharaj and the support of our devotees in the USA and Madhavai David Dasi, and a lot of devotees locally supporting. We have 2 farm communities functioning now. One farm community in the Winneba area, where some construction is going on right now. The cow shed is being constructed and blocks are being made to start housing projects for the devotees there. It's a 53-acre land. And then the land that Gurudev personally acquired on the banks of the major river in Ghana, Black Water, under the inspiration of Bhakti Tirtha Maharaj, and with the push of Vaikuntha Devi Dasi, and with the support of Harichakra Prabhu and his team in the US, some serious work is going on that land. It's supposed to be 210 acres of land, and some development is going on there. And devotees are very eager to revive the project. Gurudev personally lived there He had wonderful pastimes with devotees there. And so we think that project is going to attract the whole world, this well of disciples of Bhakti Tirtha Swami. It has a nice swimming places, it has nice places to visit. So there are plans to develop that place. And already some farming, serious farming is going on right now. And we hope in the near future, we shall update you the different things that are happening. And we will make necessary arrangement to bring the whole God family to Ghana to visit the place where Gurudev personally lived. And then he liked to swim across the river. He likes to play games in the water. We will bring everybody around the world to visit that particular place that Gurudev actually had his pastimes. So this we wanted to share with everyone. Thank you very much, and Hare Krishna.
Thank you very much for that lovely, lovely update. It's beautiful to hear about the self-sustainable communities that we have been working with and to hear how they're expanding and the vision that you are continuing to make come alive that Gurudev wanted to see. So thank you. Thank you and everyone in Ghana that's working towards that. Very exciting.
Haribol Krishna Shakti. Krishna Shakti, just want to say thank you to Sri Vasvanachari Prabhu, who is recently our newest guru. He is the first African Grihasta guru from our beloved Bhakti Tirtha Maharaj. We thank you, Srivas, for taking on this huge responsibility as a Grihasta guru for ISKCON. Thank you very, very much.
Hare Krishna, it is by your mercy, Lila Mataji. I'm your first today in Africa.
It's Gurudev's mercy. And for all the devotees, Srivas Prabhu is called Srivas Vanachari, because Maharaj is for those sannyasis and gurus that are not married. So for those of you that will become future gurus that are married, you will be called Vanachari. Srivas Vanachari ki jai.
Hey, thank you for that point of clarification. Jai, and congratulations. We're so proud of you, proud of everyone, but so excited to hear. All right, so next we have Dhira Nitai Prabhu. You're up next.
Hare Krishna. My humble obeisances to all Maharajas, Prabhus, Vanachari. So greetings from Germany, where I'm situated the last 10 years, living and serving at Narasimha Farm. And we tried to improve some things here, especially in outreach. And we started outreach with yoga groups, where I was teaching yoga weekends, yoga retreats. And this kind of stopped right now because we also, my wife is taking care of the guest house. So we had the guest house, we would receive guests and then introduce them, especially, of course, to Bhakti. So it was like yoga and temple or yoga and Bhakti retreat always. But for different reasons, this stopped because our facilities is not there anymore. But finally, this year, we founded League of Yogis, which is a network of different yoga organizations, especially one of the biggest yoga schools outside of India is situated in Germany. It's called Yoga Vidya. They are in line of Swami Shivananda. So perhaps this will be known for many people. And so we have different Vaishnava groups also around, especially ISKCON, and His Holiness Sacinandana Maharaj is also in the board of League of Yogis. So mostly ISKCON devotees or Gaudiya Vaishnavas are the founding members of this organization, and we had quite some outreach now, and quite online, of course, outreach with this project. So we are looking forward to expand this. So this is opening new possibilities for preaching. and also, of course, especially to bring some of Gurudeva's message and style in the yoga world. This is on the one side, and for now we are concentrated on Germany, but soon we will want to expand in all European countries and perhaps also internationally. And by mercy also of Yadunanda Swami, His Holiness Yadunanda Swami from Spain, I was also able to participate in different European yoga congresses. They were like 3 till now. And there also, yeah, I was giving different meditation workshops and like this. So this was, I have quite a spectrum of different interests, my personal interests, and somehow I'm managing to combine them. And then on the other side, because I'm living at the farm and we were working on the vision for our farm, and we are just still developing this thing. And I was looking into issue of Varnashrama, because we understand that this is something which Srila Prabhupada very much wanted for ISKCON. And then I understood the concept of Varnashrama college, which Srila Prabhupada discussed in his later years, and wanted very much that every ISKCON temple and especially farm project, but every ISKCON center basically has a Varnashrama college where the different aspects of Varnashrama will be taught and practiced. And with this also in last year, Varnashrama Online College was founded by His Holiness Bhakti Raghava Swami. And because he visited just a few months before, he visited our farm and we got in contact. And so he invited me to teach the courses there. So perhaps if I have the possibility just to end in shortly, the site, I hope you can see this online site. It's the best thing now what we have. Some people of course object that for now there are only courses for men available. I also don't agree that it should be and stay like that. They are preparing also courses for women, for ladies, but these are some of the courses. And I'm giving one of the courses, Understanding and Preserving Srila Prabhupada's Teachings for present and next generations. And these are courses on demand, which one can take on Udemy platform. And there is also Holistic Thinking and Spiritual Science, which is also very much inspired by leadership books of Gurudev and his different workshops. And where I'm also explaining different aspects of our tradition, that we have different layers, like through Diksha initiation, we are partly, in the Vedic tradition, through Gayatri, Brahma Gayatri mantra. Then we are also, with others, we are part of Pancharatric tradition. And also we have Bhagavata tradition, of pure devotional service. So we have like this Varnashrama layer, we have Pancharatric layer, which is basically temple worship. And then we have pure devotional service of hearing, chanting, and like this. And I'm discussing also these things which are sometimes not well understood or well known in this course, particular course. And lastly, of course, as some of you know, I'm since many years, since 2002, I think I'm working on German translations of Gurudev's books. And okay, I will just stop sharing here. And this was not so easy for different reasons, but in last years, because I was becoming more free from other services. So in this year, we have some improvement. But beside this big effort, this is my appeal now. I'm here just to get your blessings and get perhaps some of instruction and help. We have big problems in marketing. So I think that there is much bigger potential to present and market Gurudev's books, because German-speaking area is 100 million people, but I'm basically alone here. And I'm not expert in marketing. I tried as much as could. I tried even to educate myself, but I'm not really hitting the goals. And if anybody knows some marketing, social media expert, whatever, I would be very grateful for any help, any advice. I cannot do it myself. I don't need information how to do it because I just can't do it. I need somebody who has experience, who can do it, who has expertise in this area. I would like to delegate this. And the other thing which I would like to ask, there are now Gurudev's books on Amazon. And I would humbly like to ask all the God brothers and sisters to go there and write reviews, short reviews on all Gurudev's books, no matter in which languages. Even if you write in English, this can be translated in all other languages. So please go and especially review the English books, of course. And this would make a huge impact if we would have few hundred reviews on each of Gurudev's books. We would see really increase of sales. So this is, I think, what everybody of us can contribute to this area. Yes, so this my sharing, and I kind of like to ask for your blessings to be able to serve Gurudev and Srila Prabhupada much better in the future. Hare Krishna, Srila Gurudev ki jai, Gaura Bhakta Vrinda ki jai.
Hi. Thank you so much, Prabhu. Excellent service. Please continue to do it. And hopefully the people that you need for assistance will come your way sooner than later. All right. So now we're going to go into the next project. Bhuta Bhavana, please share. All right, so next we will have Mother Sri Shapanishad. All right, next we have Mother Sri, you gotta see Mother Ekadashi, Vrata. We'll have you.
Okay, I better speak quickly then. Hare Krishna Prabhus. So as you know, our Gurudev was very meticulous about writing to his disciples. And as we have heard, he spent hours and hours responding to letters and keeping in touch with the disciples and other devotees as well. So in our movement, however, there are a lot of spiritual masters who have some problems with that, and it's difficult for them to keep in touch with their disciples because they have quite a few. So His Grace Vaisheshika Prabhu has come up with a program called the Servant Contact Program. And what it is that he has some senior disciples who kind of take charge, so to speak, of not so much, as a spiritual master type of thing, but just as in keeping contact with right now it's just the devotees who are aspiring for initiation. And so they agree to keep in touch with 1 to 3 devotees. It's assigned 1, 2, or possibly 3 devotees regularly. And once a month they meet for an hour. And it starts with just kind of getting to know that person. But also he has a course that was designed by some disciples called the Bhakti Jumpstart course. And so similar to they have to take, of course, the initiation, the regular ISKCON initiation course, but they also take this Bhakti Jumpstart course, which helps them to become familiar with, the guru-disciple relationship and like that. And so the idea is that the senior devotee keeps in touch with them regularly and helps them to go through the course and just checks in with them to see, if there's, just to make sure that they're doing okay. And so I'm grateful to have the opportunity to help out with that program. Yeah, and it's something that hopefully can be spread, and other spiritual masters will be able to use as well. Hare Krishna.
Thank you so much. All right. So we will now go to Jagannath Pandit and Shintamani Mataji and family. Please share about your project. Jagannath and Shintamani.
Hare Krishna. Devotees, this has been so enlivening. Thank you so much for all that you all do for Guru Maharaj and the ISKCON family and the world. I was hoping Jaidev would be able to share about the book projects, because he's been so involved with producing and getting Gurudev's books out there for us. And just a brief update that there's 3 books that we're trying to actually develop now. We had some phases that we went through. We had a transcription marathon, and we have several transcriptions that are completed. And so now we're into the editing phase. So hopefully by the end of next month, we'll be finished with the first round of editing. And then we need a final editor, which we think we have, but we'll see if that happens. And then hopefully by next year, the first book, which is going to be about community. It's going to be about Vaishnava relationships and unity with diversity. That's the first book. And the next one will be on the Grihastha ashram and children. And another topic eventually would be on forgiveness, which may be a separate, probably a smaller book. So that's the plan now. There's a whole team of us. I just want to share the team of devotees. Jaidev, of course. Murti Devi Dasi, Radhika Patel, Mother Akadashi, Shama Mai, and Jambavati just recently joined the team, also Mother Jambavati. And
Ananda Vrindavan.
Ananda Vrindavan, she's been on the team. And there's a lot of devotees that have helped out with the transcription. You know, Deviki's also assisted with helping us to organize things too. Deviki, my daughter. So that's just a quick update, and we're really enlivened by this. I mean, what Gurudev has to offer in reference to community, I don't even need to say. I mean, we need to get these books out as soon as possible. So thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much for sharing. Very wonderful to hear this beautiful information and to hear how everything is taking place and how these projects are coming together. Up next, we have His Holiness Bhakti Tirtha Damodara. I overlooked him thinking that he had already presented, but no. So I want to take a step back and make sure that Maharaj is able to share his project. All right.
I'm here.
Okay, thank you.
Hare Krishna.
I'm not seeing
The video is not playing.
So I see you all are not able to see the video. Okay.
No, I'm not seeing.
Such beautiful music. I just thought everyone was. All right, let's try again.
I didn't see the.
I was
the
like,
music
I
was
was
going
like,
on,
the
but I didn't see
music-
anything.
and you all were just gonna let it. All right, well, let's try this again. Exit. All right, stop share. Stop share and try again.
If it's still stuck, I can try from my side, Krishna Shakti.
Sounds great. You know what? Okay, let's see. Are you guys able to see? Are you able to see?
No. No.
I'll do it, Krishna Shakti. I've downloaded it. It normally works a bit better when you download it.
Thank you.
Maybe somebody else could speak while they're testing.
It's okay, I'll start now.
All right, I'm loving this kirtan. It's such a beautiful presentation, Maharaj. Is it possible for you to try to share and see if it, from your end, if you're able to upload it?
Let's see.
Mataji, are you able to see it? Were you able to see it, Mataji?
Yes, I was able to see it. It was beautiful. It's beautiful. That's, I would love to share it.
I want to see it.
I know. All right, let me try to. I'll download it.
Krishna Krishna
Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama.
It takes the president to have this kind of money to actually want to do that. Similar to my classes. Wow.
Thank you, Maharaj. Would you
Hare
like to say,
Krishna.
would you like to say? Yes. Mhm.
Want me to say something?
Yes, briefly. Yeah.
Okay, this is, as I was saying before, when Gurudev was doing all these things, introducing cottage industries and talking about community building, every lecture he was speaking about this. And he went out to do something about it, but we couldn't maintain it. To Gurudev for all the sacrifices he has been making in West Africa. This is our gratitude for that. But here we want to present a practical way of living for each other. And here there are facilities, hospitals are here, both the Vedic and the and Orthodox. And we have the shop will we will also sell some of the products. The temple will maintain and we can give to other temples in Nigeria and West Africa. And whatever remains, also we sell it to people to make it very cheap and easy for people to come to Krishna consciousness through this food. Because many people may not have the opportunity to, or the karma to directly take to Krishna consciousness. Gurudev has been very much into bridging our life. So one of the ways we can continue the preaching that Gurudev has been doing. And there's a school here. In this school, we have Gurukul. Our Gurukul is only one-sided. If you graduate from Gurukul, you have nothing practically to show. Except you are going to be a pujari, or you are going to be a palmistry or whatever. But here we're going to have a school to give people skills. Everybody can come here and be trained. Either you're a devotee or the community will benefit from the facility. This is the idea. And we're going to produce everything we need. In this place, we have brought a different plant from different places in the world. Our idea is to put everything in one place. Because I remember once a Prabhupada looked at a garden and he told the devotees to go and tell the government to give it to ISKCON. So seeing that, we're thinking when to plant every tree, every auspicious tree from different places in the world. I brought some from Brazil, I brought from in India, I brought from Mauritius, and I'm getting from different places to put everything in one place. That if we are inside here, we don't need anything outside here. Everything will be here. Instead, people should come and meet us and get something. This is the idea of this project. I will beg the blessing from all of you that to become the reality as a beautiful offering. And we want all of you to visit here and see the sacrifice Gurudev have made here in West Africa. All of you should come and visit here and experience Gurudev's sacrifice, his love in action. Hare Krishna.
Jai, I want to go right now. Let's go. No. Thank you so much, Maharaj. Very excited. Oh, I want to go. All right. We are going to have to cut this session and go into the next session because we only have 30 minutes before Radhanath Swami is going to come on. So we're having our first ever Ishtagosti. If you need to take a break, just come in and out. Sorry. But we're going to actually, Bhakti Damodara and Mother Vraja Lila will be facilitating. I'll let you both give a few words about Ishtagosti and this beautiful global summit that we're having.
Let Mataji speak.
Abel Maharaj, you speak.
Thank you. Hare Krishna.
Please, thank you.
Please go ahead.
Maharaj, please go ahead. Please
I just finished speaking.
Wow. So Bhakti Tirtha Damodara Maharaj is one of the most humble people that I have met in our ISKCON FS family. I once saw him in Vrindavan a few years ago, and he was fasting. He's known for performing austerities. He was fasting, and his disciples were all in anxiety because he wasn't even drinking water. And so the disciples were expressing, Maharaj hadn't drank water in a few days or something. And because, Maharaj is just so humble, he sees me as mother. And because of, having been in Africa, I guess, for those years, I felt comfortable to say to Maharaj, drink water, Maharaj. And he did. He actually drank some water. So I just share that story because he's just such a humble person, and he just took that instruction and drank water. And that made his disciples a little more calm. Hari Hari Bol. So Ishti Gosti. Okay, so many of you know that I grew up in traditional ISKCON. And in traditional ISKCON, I was in traditional ISKCON for 10 years, right, with our Guru Maharaj. Those were the days when not so many women had a voice. And also those were the days when we got together as community at least once in a month to discuss in the temples things that could be improved, concerns devotees have, and ways that we could implement different strategies, make changes to better the community. And so, of course, when we came to Nigeria, that was the first place we came to, as Ikendra shared, yes, the day he shared. And unfortunately, I'm sorry, we didn't get to hear from Mahamantra, who is also, he's a sannyasi now. I apologize, I'm not sure of his name. He also was one of those first persons that, that pioneered the projects in Africa.
Bhaktivedanta Shanti Maharaj.
This is Yashodamai's ex-husband. What is his name again, Prabhu?
Bhaktivedanta Shanti Maharaj.
Bhaktivedanta Shanti Maharaj. Wow, that's very auspicious. three names of very auspicious meanings. So anyway, in when we were in Nigeria, Guru Maharaj, he instructed us to continue to have Ishti Gosti. And so once a month, we would meet in the temple in Surulere, I think that was, in Nigeria. And devotees would come together. There wasn't so many. And we were in the beginning, in the first year, which was 1980. And devotees would discuss some of their concerns. And as I said, women didn't have much of a voice at that time. So that's when the ladies would get a chance to talk and to share. And so starting from those types of gathering, which was a part of traditional ISKCON, we then later, when we formed the Institute, when Guru Maharaj's vision for the Institute was implemented, we started what is called devotee meetings. It was to be somewhat on the same kind of level as Ishtigoshti. And those devotees meetings were also to reflect on ways that we could improve within ourselves, within the community, and within the broader global world, the global community of people that would want to become devotees and also devotees. And so we have those disciples meetings now internationally by the mercy of the UK devotees. I believe Chicha Shakti has been one of the prominent organizers of those, I'm sure Chicha Shakti and the team of those disciples meetings monthly. So traditionally, it started out where we would just voice any things that we see that we would like to see done differently, or we would like to improve on. Or, you know, in our community, sometimes we talked earlier about caring for devotees and how to have authentic communities. So sometimes as we're aspiring to have authentic communities, things come up in our community that we need to discuss and share with each other. And so, Maharaj, if you could take it from here, please. You can ask devotees what they would like to share. And please, if you can be available to assist them with whatever it is that they're concerned about.
Yes, to continue from here. So we open the floor for devotees. Don't touch that. For devotees to come up and whatever questions you have that you would like us to discuss with, please, you're free to come up with any question and we'll be here.
All right, one of the first questions is, what ways can we honor Srila Gurudev's memory?
If we want to remember something, it is always important to repeat it. Anything we want to remember, the principle behind remembering is to keep repeating it. That means we should continue to remember the teachings Gurudev has given, the books he has written. We should read them periodically, daily, regularly. So hear his lectures, to hear his pastime, just like this wonderful program we have had. We have associated with devotees from all over the world. It's amazing the kind of things, the pastimes we have had from Gurudev. So we should continue with this kind of program regularly. And that will keep us together with Gurudev. It will make Gurudev always present with us. And his presence with us means what? Means we are protected, we are sheltered. We will not have the mood that, oh, Gurudev is not here now, or what will happen to me. That fear will be gone if we continue to have this wonderful and powerful association, hearing from brothers and sisters, hearing from his own brothers and sisters. It is a wonderful opportunity, a process for us to keep remembering Gurudev.
Thank you, Maharaj. All right, so the next question is for those devotees that are dealing with communities of devotees that are very eager for the mercy, but at times step on people's toes or are not as, they don't want to share the mercy. How to deal with people that are very conflicted and hard to deal with, and in terms of just trying to share service.
Hare Krishna. Oh, okay, Marge. You want to do that?
Go ahead.
Okay.
No, go ahead.
So, yeah, this is the growing concerns in our communities, how to grow gracefully as devotees of the Lord. And there's something I'd like to share with you that that Gurudev has taught us over the years. He has an expression of thank you, Krishna. Thank you, Krishna. So I'm going to share some of what Gurudev personally has said about thanking Krishna. He says, and now this is the transcendental answer that comes for our revered Guru Maharaj. And then I will give something like we can live in the real world, how we can live in the real world. So this is Gurudev's transcendental answer. Thank you, Krishna. When we're sick, we can thank Krishna for giving us time to be more reflective. And when we have good health, we can use our time better. Thank you, Krishna. When we don't have sufficient financial income, we understand that if we had more, we may not use it properly. Thank you, Krishna. When we have an abundance of wealth and opulence, we can thank Krishna for enabling us to use our wealth in his service. Thank you, Krishna. When we have fame, we thank Krishna because he knows that unless we receive that type of motivation, we might just fall into depression. Thank you, Krishna. When we fall into a state of infamy and people harshly criticize us, because Krishna knows that we have a large false ego. We thank him for putting us in a situation that will help us develop humility. In this way, we will not think of ourselves as the proprietors or the doers. Krishna is helping us to recognize our position as servant of the servant. Thank you, Krishna. When we are lonely, we can thank the Lord for letting us go deeper, because he's always there waiting for us. Thank you, Krishna. When we have so many people to associate with, we can thank the Lord for allowing us to see him manifest to so many of the people in our environment. Thank you, Krishna. Instead of making a permanent residence in this material world, we are already engaged. We are already arranging for our eternal existence, which is not based on the duality of any environment. Basically, what our beloved Guru Maharaj is sharing with us is we want to come to a level of consciousness in which we can say, Lord, you may disappear or you may embrace me. Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's Shastakam prayer. You may deny me or seem to abandon me when I need you the most. However, I know you are there. Okay, this is the transcendental understanding from our Gurudev, because he was on another level of consciousness. I can speak for myself, who's in the gap. I am in the gap. And so therefore, on a level of living in this real world, although we know that this is an illusion, what I practice in order to assist myself in environments where maybe chaotic, dysfunctional, people may have all kinds of different things going on, whatever, I lean close to being compassionate with myself and with others. Lean into that. How can I be more compassionate with myself? How can I practice more empathy with myself? And then how can I extend that to others? And empathy, we don't have to be so transcendental to practice empathy. We can practice empathy very simplistically by just reminding ourselves that we are here to know our purpose and we're here to help others in their purpose. I'm praying that that might have answered your question. Thank you.
Thank you very much to contribute to what we have heard from you. Wonderful. And as you said, that is a very high level that only some personalities will be there. As for those of us who are not on that level, what should we do? What we should do is that we require the association of devotees who are on this level. Association of devotees is very, very important because they are like the mirror that will show us where we are and to direct us how we have to get to where we want to go. Association of devotees is very important. And to have association, we need three things, three qualities, three things to look at for every association. Otherwise, we will remain baffled and confused and become offensive and even give up the association of devotees, which is happening with so many devotees. So three things are required. First thing is, do this person have the same mindset with me? Does he like reading? Does he like chanting? Does he like sadhana, good sadhana? Does he like to attend program? Does he like to gossip or doesn't like? We have to check if this person has this quality which I'm looking for, which I want to get in my Krishna consciousness. Second, does this person have my interest in his or her mind? If we don't have interest of someone in our mind, it is very easy for us to abuse a person, which is also happening. Therefore, we have to check to see, does he or she have my interest in his or her mind? If the person has interest, it's a good candidate for us. The last quality we should look at is he or he a pure devotee? Who is a devotee with these three qualities? Who will never be cheated, will not be abused, will not be confused, will have a very wonderful progress in our Krishna consciousness from any level we may be in our Krishna consciousness. Thank you.
Hari Hari.
All right, so we have another question. Thank you both very much. Excellent. So I have one question for, okay, so if we have difficulties of relationship with devotees and try to correct ourselves and behave in a humble and meek manner, as well as friendly to improve it, but still we feel alone and without support, can we consider moving to another place or other community without acting whimsically or out of vanity? How can we examine ourselves, not reasoning by selfishness or and indifference?
Marge, would you kindly start with that one? It
Go
was
ahead.
No. I believe this was directed to you, if I'm seeing correctly, is it?
Yes, it was. Mm-hmm.
Yes,
Yes,
yes.
Tamara.
So that might be one of your disciples.
They are children, so please go ahead. You are a good encyclopedia, so you should go ahead.
Okay, I'm just going to look at the question again. Krishna Shakti, what's the essence of the question?
So the essence of the question is basically how to behave in a humble manner, even if you seem to be agitating other people and you feel you're without support. Would it be better to move to another community or another place without, and how do you judge if you have that idea without thinking that it's irrational? And the other part of that was, how can we examine ourselves, not reasoning by selfishness and indifference?
Okay, thank you very much for asking that question. And I like the second part about reasoning with ourselves, because it starts there. First, we need to become reflective, and we need to explore and examine, what is it that that I am really needing? What do I really need? Is it that I need support? Is it that I need encouragement? Is it that I need inspiration? Is it that I need companionship? That's very important for you to know. Guru Maharaj always talks about understanding ourselves. So self-awareness is so important for devotees. Now, once we have self-awareness tools and we are reflective to know what we need. So let's say I am in an environment, you're in an environment where you may not be getting that need of encouragement and support and care. And because you're not getting that need, your mind may conjure up some criticisms, or some blaming, which is natural. That's what the mind does. So you then want to understand what is best for your Krishna consciousness, and whomever is your authority, whether that's your temple president or whether that's your counselor or whether that's your guru, whoever it is that you can go to, it's important to be able to have open dialogue with that person. Speak with them and express what's going on for you and your concerns, and see how that person can assist you to make better arrangements in that environment. Because we don't want to run from what may naturally be a way of our purification. However, if you just have to run, then you want to be able to share that with those persons that may be your authority in your community, so that you can go with the blessings. We never want to leave an environment where we don't have the blessings, the support, the care of those persons that are taking care of that particular project, whatever, institution. That is so very key. So this open dialogue, and it's important to have open dialogue, even if it's with your guru. Sometimes there's this leadership crisis where someone is in the role of a guru or someone is in the role of a sannyasi, and the disciple may not know how to approach the guru. That is one thing that Guru Maharaj, he was just so open for anyone to really come and share their concerns with him. And then he would make proper adjustments to help them. Sometimes it may mean leaving that environment, sometimes not. So that's an individual decision between you and those persons. Trust. Develop trust with those persons that you put your life in their care. That's very important. If you don't have trust with the people that you are putting your life in their care, you are a volunteer. You want to learn about loving God. You want to learn about loving Krishna. If you don't trust those persons that are supposed to care for you, then that environment would not be a healthy environment. So please develop your self-expression. Speak, use your voice, talk to those people in your community that can make a difference. Okay, Maharaj, turning it over to you.
Very good, very good. I agree with you completely that we should discuss. But we should not discuss with the people who are on the same level with us. Let us discuss with somebody who can tell us the truth, somebody who can see us better, and then be able to give us a advice that is really the solution to our problem.
Hare Krishna, Maharaj.
I was just waiting for people talking behind. What you taken behind, say we cannot hear.
Hare Krishna, Maharaj. Hare Krishna.
What you behind?
Govinda, Maharaj, I think Govinda is trying to say something to you. Govinda Prabhu?
Yes, I'm here. But Buddhists are talking behind, so it's making noise. I cannot hear properly.
Okay.
That's why.
Yeah, Maharaj, thank you very, very much for your presentation. Thank you for your dedication and your exemplary service to our beloved spiritual master, Bhakti Tirtha Swami. I really appreciate and encourage your vision of developing the projects of Gurudev in Nigeria. And
in Ghana also.
Yeah, in Ghana also.
Doing both.
Yeah, wonderful. So in Nigeria, some of us would like to push our energies there also. So what is the best channel to be able to send some Lakshmi to you on a monthly basis?
I will send you the details where you can do that.
Okay.
I want to thank you for your kind support, which is necessary, because a tree cannot make a forest. A forest means many trees. So we are very, very happy with your kindness.
Thank
yeah,
you.
I'm very happy, Maharaj, with everything that you're presenting. Is so wonderful, so encouraging. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Govinda Prabhu. We are always encouraged by your generosity. As long as I've known Govinda, he's always been one of the most generous devotees. Govinda is, as we learned yesterday, is one of the first disciples that came in Africa. And so we want to acknowledge Govinda for his consistency in being a devotee, inspiring devotees by his generosity. Thank you so very much.
Thank you, Mother Vraja Lila. You are our mother. Thank you. Thank you. And thank you. Hare Krishna.
All right. Thank you. All right. So we have the next and last question. The suffering and abuse emotionally, physically, in all ways of women, children, cows, elderly, and Brahmins is adharma according to Shastra. So the public abuse in this way for those in these categories. Can you mute yourself, Govinda, please? Thank you. In this way, in these categories, leaders is very detrimental. All right. Okay. To Srila Prabhupada's legacy. How can things be done better? Also, please address the ecclesiastical abuse in our environments regarding this process, which does not require perfection, but is based on love and compassion for all living entities, and how detrimental it is for the community to look the other way and ignore those suffering.
All right, Mr. Go ahead. Yeah, Mute. I'm not hearing you.
Commitment to the Lord and to the Gurus.
It's 11 o'clock. Thank you.
Yeah, it's only a few minutes left, Maharaj. Please go ahead.
I was not speaking. I was waiting for you.
I know. However, we're waiting for Radhanath Swami to come soon, so I really would love if you end it with when the devotees speaking to them.
So to begin with, I feel that it is very, very important for us to be educated on how to understand whom we are dealing with. But Krishna did not tell us that what kind of people come to me. He said 4 kinds of people come to us. And we are making a very big mistake, always forgetting that the remaining 3 people, only 4 kinds of people come to Krishna. It's only one which is approved by Lord Krishna. The remaining are not so approved by Krishna because of their low nature. And those who will abuse people will come from the lower side. The person in knowledge of Krishna consciousness who is actually looking for Krishna will not exploit any person because the person understands that we are spirituals and his responsibility, his duty is to take care of everybody. For those who are not on that level, they have come to Krishna consciousness, but they will use Krishna consciousness to cheat others. Therefore, there is a need for us to understand our teachings, our philosophy, and apply it in our own daily life. And be able to use that eye to see what is healthy for us and what is not healthy. All right.
Okay, is Radhanath Swami on Krishna Shakti?
Not yet, so you can continue. We have 2.
Okay, so I then just to touch on the abuse. Yes, abuse is a part of the material world. This is what the material world has created for us. And unfortunately, some of us experience abuse in a way that's very painful. It's very important to know within ourselves that the pain is temporary, although we may not seem like that when we're experiencing the pain. Usually people that abuse, as we know when we study emotional care, people that abuse others have also been abused. And so it's a cycle that keeps going around and around and around. And unless people can get professional help for an abusive consciousness, then it sometimes becomes very difficult to get out of that cycle. So someone may come to devotional life, and as we know in our philosophy, the fan may still be going, which means that they still have conditioning from their past of being abused and becoming an abuser. So therefore, those persons must be vigilant and cautious and very much attentive to getting the care that they need. The care that they often may need is professional care, which is why we encourage devotees in our community to please study to become emotional caretakers, study to become mental caretakers, so that we can assist devotees with people when they come to our communities and they are in that cycle of abuse. Abuse is something that oftentimes we as an institution are not able to deal with. We turn it over to the bigger society, which means the police or people that are able to that have those training. We need to be able to know that if somebody is being abused beyond what we can take care of, we recommend that they get professional care, and we also turn it over to the authorities that can take care of that. Because yes, Bhakti Tirtha, Guru Maharaj, Bhakti Tirtha Maharaj, he does not support abuse. I was with him in Mexico when he gave that class to the devotees in Mexico. Women, children, brahmanas, we support those persons. And so every one of the disciple of Bhakti Tirtha Maharaj is very much aware of that request from him. So therefore, it's important for us to understand the cycle of abuse. Thank you. Is Maharaj here with us?
Not yet.
Oh, okay, sorry.
May I ask a question? I couldn't do it in a chat, so can I ask a question?
Yes, and then everyone else, make sure you submit your questions in the chat.
I'm sorry, I couldn't do it.
No problem.
So, as those devotees who are witnessing abuse in our institution, how should we intervene? What should we do? You know, when we witness this, what do we do? What's our part?
Maharaj, do you want to get that, or should I do that?
Go ahead, then I'll contribute.
Okay, so again, when we think of our care, we think of spiritual care, we think of physical care, we think of emotional care. Abuse usually comes under emotional care, mental health care. So we want to be sure that somehow people are getting an opportunity to practice, to do their spiritual practices. That's one area we might want to check into to see how are devotees really committed to their spiritual practices. That's important. That helps to minimize the tendency to be abusive. The other thing, Kunti, is those persons in communities that want to have authentic communities. That, you know, when I lived in Africa, something I learned. There's a thing about the elders. When there's a problem in the community, the elders, they get together with those persons and they have like a sit down round table and discuss those different, and the elders are able to. Haribo, is Maharaj here? Okay. So the elders are able to discuss with those persons the tendencies that they may have, their abusive tendencies. And if those tendencies continue, then what we need to understand is how much of those persons may not be sensitive. I'm hoping I'm using the right word, that they may not be sensitive to how detrimental abuse is. I have seen in communities where people are getting abused and they turn a blind eye to it because they don't really want to accept that they're getting abused. So the elders are needed in that kind of situation to help them to understand, okay, this is going on. We want to help, we want to support, we want to encourage. What can we do? Now, if someone is not accepting of that help, which sometimes happens in our communities, someone may not be accepting of that help, then we turn it over to others that can help. And I know, Kunti, I know as sisters, I have turned so many people over to you because you're so loving and so kind, and people can hear from you. And where, you know, so we need to know when to turn it over. Like I may have to turn some things over to Bhakti Tirtha Damodara Maharaj. He may turn it over to somebody else. It's, you know, we're a family. Well, not everyone is going to connect with everyone in that personal way to deal with how they may be getting abused. I hope that was helpful, Kunti. But however, the thing is, we need to always be supportive, encouraging, bringing awareness and mindfulness to people that are being abused and how it ripples into the entire community.
Thank you so much. That was helpful. Thank you.
Thank you. Important. It is also very, very important to punish the abusers so that they will know that the activities are not welcome, they're not appreciated in the community. The abusers should be punished, because if those who are going against the law are not punished, the good citizen will become unprotected. From the GBC college we attended, Anutam Prabhu, he was teaching us about this. If it is an outright the person who have been in this case and it has become his habit or a habit, then the person should be given, like you said, it should be given to the police. Let the police handle it. We shouldn't just cover up the place, because it will make others insecure. Therefore, they should be dealt with. And then we can also talk to those who are the victim. We can talk to them and encourage them to help them get out of that emotional shock. And just like if you have a scar, you cannot change it again. It has happened, it has happened. We have to learn how to deal with it and forget it and move on in our Christian conscience, and be sure that we don't put ourselves in a situation that we have the same abuse again.
Thank you, Maharaj. I also want to add one thing. In our IFAS community in Maryland, where Madhavacharya Prabhu and Kunti, I'm sorry, I'm going fast here, are the caretakers of that community in Maryland. They often host devotees to speak. One of our disciples, one of Guru Bhakti Tirtha Maharaj's disciples, Chiti Shakti, is a psychiatrist by profession, and she does these amazing workshops. And one of the workshops that she does is to bring awareness to abuse victims. I do believe that Kunti and Madhava will be hosting her to give a workshop sometime very soon. So if you can, dear devotees, please tune into that workshop. Just look on the iFast page, look on Kashish, Brunjit, Kashish, you'll find it. Kashish, I'm messing up your name. But that, if you look on Kashish on Facebook, you will know when Chiti Shakti will be giving that workshop. It is important to have education, awareness about abuse, because oftentimes what we do is we hide it under the philosophical theology, and that's not a help. That does not help. So I just wanted to share that because we want to take advantage of all the devotees. So Chiti Shakti is a psychiatrist by profession, and I'm sure we have many other psychiatrists, psychologists that can offer help and support in these areas. Chintamani Devi is a clinical psychologist. There are many, many more in our institution. So thank you very much.
Thank you both. This has been a wonderful session, and we are very appreciative. Thank you all for the short amount of time, but an excellent, excellent responses. And these are things that we definitely need to hear in this time and age. Thank you both so much for hosting this first international Istagosti. Now we are going to the next session of this program. So today we have a wonderful talk that will be held between Radhanath Swami and His Grace Bhutta Bhavana Prabhu. So all right. So Radhanath Swami is one of our most beloved and respected spiritual teachers. He spent his youth wandering through desperate countries and cultures, yearning for an experience of truth. After finally meeting his spiritual teacher in India, he spent the last 50 years internalizing that spiritual practice and sharing it with others. He is not only a guide, but a community builder, activist, and a New York Times bestseller, author of Journey Home and Journey Within. Rooted in his study of ancient India's mystic devotional tradition, Radhanath Swami's message is profound as it is simple. By cultivating a rich inner life of self-awareness and genuine practice of service, we can become instruments of compassion and agents of sustainable change in this world. We are looking forward to this dynamic discussion between Bhutta Bhavana and Radhanath Swami. I'm going to also introduce Bhutta Bhavana as well. So His Grace Bhutta Bhavana is a graduate from prestigious London School of Economics, where he studied politics and philosophy and further obtained a master's in different departments. And since then, he has been a motivational and leadership consultant, whilst actively partaking in multiple government, educational, and charitable initiatives, adding value through leadership, motivational, and meditation workshops. We hope to add a significant, that's his philosophy, to add a significant philosophical value and cultural richness to unite by having a number of interactive workshops. So this is one that we're definitely going to have today, and we look forward to hearing this dynamic interaction between His Holiness Radhanath Swami and Bhutta Bhavana Prabhu.
Hare Krishna Maharaj, on behalf of the entire God family, disciples and well-wishers of His Holiness Srila Bhakti Tirtha Maharaj, and also the wider ISKCON family under Prabhupada, we just want to begin by saying thank you so much for taking time out of your very busy schedule to be with us all on this very, very auspicious day. We want to begin like that. So thank you for being here.
It is my greatest blessing to be in the presence of His Holiness Bhakti Tirtha Swami's most beloved followers. I am feeling his blessings. I'm feeling his lotus feet on my head and his compassion in my heart through all of you. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And we really appreciate how you've done so much in the service of Srila Prabhupada over so many decades, and so much that you've done to help us as a movement, as also disciples, to also keep that connection and remain inspired. So I wanted to begin by asking you, if you could share with us, how did you and Bhakti Tirtha Maharaj first meet and develop your friendship? Just so we understand a bit more in terms of the context of your relationship, please.
I heard of Ganesham Prabhu, who was known for his incredible courage and enthusiasm in Srila Prabhupada's service. And the first time we physically met, it was at New Vrindavan Community. I think it was 1973, either 73 or 74. I'm not exactly sure, but I think it was 73. And it was at one of the sections of New Vrindavan that was named by Srila Prabhupada Bahulaban. And I'm remembering that I was a brahmachari, and one of my services was going into the basement under the kitchen to in the winter to put wood in the fire, and also I was assisting the cooks by bringing up bags of grains. So I was going down there, and I was coming up, and I saw Ganesham Prabhu, His Holiness Bhakti Tirtha Swami, when he was a brahmachari. He was just walking toward the temple. And I put down the bag and ran to greet him, and we met. And it was so special because it was such a loving exchange that he came down to that basement with me, and it was just a tiny underground cellar, and we spoke for several hours, just the two of us. And at that time, I was especially enthusiastic to tell him about one of the great Brijabasi devotees that I knew when I lived in Vrindavan, named Ganesham. And I explained so many beautiful stories about Ganesham, and he was in such attention, appreciating. And I'm remembering at that time I told him that Ganesham, whenever I came to his little closet temple in an alleyway of Vrindavan, he always greeted me, I am your obedient servant. Now, he was probably in his 70s at the time, and I was hardly 20 years old. And he was serving his deities for over 50 years. And I was still just kind of searching for my path. He was so senior to me in every possible way, in his age, in his love for Krishna, in his realizations, but yet with such a heartfelt feeling, he would fold his hands like this and say, I am your obedient servant. And after some time, he would just say, I am your obedient. And from that day on, every single time I met Bhakti Tirtha Swami Maharaj, for the next 30 years, whenever we would first meet, he would always fold his hands and smile and say, I am your obedient. And I would say to him, I am your obedient. And that was the foundation of our relationship in our first meeting, is just honoring, respecting, and serving one another. We had so many wonderful discussions during that first meeting. And we really discovered in each other that we were very like-minded on social issues and spiritual understandings, and in our dedication to Srila Prabhupada and Lord Chaitanya's movement. Although our services were so very, very different, as he was a book distributor and one of the most enthusiastic, successful book distributors in the history of ISKCON. And at that time, I was digging ditches in the mud in order to clear the way for the cows to get to the pastures. And gradually they even let me start milking the cows. So he was traveling around America and I was trying to clear the pastures for the cows. But yet, we were really brothers in a very deep and heartfelt way. And I remember feeling so humbled by his acceptance of me in that way, because I really always considered myself so insignificant in his presence.
Thank you so much for sharing that, Maharaj. And you've really opened the door to the relationship and the connection and the bond that you had. So I guess taking it a step further, because you talked about how the two of you were like-minded, and I wonder if it could be interesting to explore, what were some of the qualities or characteristics of Bhakti Tirtha Maharaj that you particularly found, a connection with, or that you particularly appreciated?
So many. His 100% total surrender and dedication to Srila Prabhupada, to our Guru Maharaj, and to Srila Prabhupada's mission. There was just nothing but a complete giving of his life to serve Srila Prabhupada's mission. And he had such enthusiasm. I always found in my association with Bhakti Tirtha Swami Maharaj, he was completely loyal, completely dedicated, but it was so real because he was very honest. There was never anything stereotyped or generalized in his surrender to Srila Prabhupada. It was for real. It was with such profound substance. And he would speak his mind. His dedication, his incredible enthusiasm, how he would dance in kirtan, and how he would speak when he was giving classes, and in everything he did. How, when he was a book distributor, how he distributed books. When he was in the library party, how he risked his life and every day practically to put Srila Prabhupada's books in various university libraries. Everything he did was with like a supernatural enthusiasm. And I always felt like such a little lazy person compared to him. But he never looked down on anybody. That was another special feature of Bhakti Tirtha Swami. He really assimilated the idea that Srila Prabhupada gave us, that we should see every devotee as a Prabhu. And he really cared. He genuinely, deeply cared. It was not a superficial concern. He was concerned for the people in the world He was concerned for the downtrodden people in the world. He was concerned for the wealthy and the political leaders of the world. He was especially concerned with devotees within our movement, because he knew that how we spread our movement throughout the world is going to be very much based on how healthy we are as a society. And the health of the society was obviously through our spiritual strength, which is, by carefully performing our sadhana, and also by how we feel for each other and how we help each other and how we don't let anybody get left behind. He was always like that, and over the years, he gave more prominence, more and more prominence to that. And that was so much of his motivational force. After Srila Prabhupada departed from this world, His Holiness Bhakti Tirtha Swami Maharaj, how he preached in Africa and how he preached in the inner city of Washington, D.C. and various places like this, and gradually how he traveled all around the world to every continent, just infusing enthusiasm and faith in devotees' hearts. And he did it because he felt on Srila Prabhupada's behalf. It was a primary duty for him to help our society to be strong locally and internationally.
You're muted.
Okay, so can you hear me now?
Well,
Okay.
if I could say another thing, another quality that I always honored, worshipped within this great Vaishnava Bhakti Tirtha Swami Maharaj was he was so brilliant. He had such intelligence, and he had such leadership qualities. Before he was even a devotee, you all know so well, he was a graduate of Princeton University with scholarships, one of the greatest colleges in the world and most difficult to get in. He was a civil rights activist. He was a political activist. He just had such a future ahead of him. He had such amazing skills as a speaker, as a singer, as a dancer, as an intellectual, and yet he imbibed this true Vaishnava humility so deeply in his heart. He was really, whatever he did it as a service, as a humble servant.
Thank you so much, Raj. I mean, you talked about how Bhakti Tirtha Maharaj was concerned for our community. And I wonder, because also you're a very wonderful example of this, of building community, building unity amongst devotees. And I think I recall after he passed away, we were together at Bhaktivedanta Manor, and you mentioned how both Bhakti Tirtha Maharaj and yourself several times had talked about community, bringing devotees together. Would you be kind enough to share some of the reflections or discussions that the two of you had about the importance of community, and most importantly, how this can be done, how this was done?
On one level, he had very profound faith in the holy name of Krishna. He has profound faith in the holy name of Krishna. And his enthusiasm in Sankirtan or Kirtan was both his spontaneous love for Krishna that was being expressed through how he danced and chanted, but also it was his service to all the devotees, to enthuse devotees together to rise above all differences, all shortcomings, even all weaknesses, by together taking shelter of the holy names of Krishna. And we all remember Bhakti Tirtha Swami Maharaj during Kirtan. He chanted with so much feeling and so much power that we would forget everything else. He simply brought joy to our hearts. And that is really where our community, that's the very foundation of Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's community, is that we are united in Krishna. Srila Prabhupada explained that when Krishna is in the center of our lives, then however many disagreements and how many differences we may have with one another will be united. And Kali Kale Namarupe Krishna Avatar, Krishna is especially present in his holy names. So Bhakti Tirtha Swami Maharaj would love to bring devotees together on a very loving, spontaneous platform in Kirtan and establish our relationship in Kirtan. He put such beautiful emphasis on the chanting of the holy names. And whether he was leading the kirtan or whether he was dancing when somebody else was leading or whether he was sitting, whatever it may be, he effused, he radiated with surrender and enthusiasm in chanting the holy names. And it was very contagious. And he felt it was his calling for Srila Prabhupada, because he had found so much shelter in the holy names of Krishna, to infuse others to find that shelter in the name of Krishna.
Thank you so much, Maharaj. It's very beautiful and very deep how the...
And also, he really had this commitment to encourage all different types of devotees, that no one should feel themselves unworthy of Krishna's grace. Everyone should feel that they have the opportunity to do something wonderful. At a certain time when in Mumbai, the Bhaktivedanta Hospital was first opened, there was actually, some criticism and resistance from, certain sections of our society, of our movement, that, Srila Prabhupada didn't want hospitals. And, our understanding was always that Srila Prabhupada didn't want us to equate healing the body with enlightening the soul. But if devotees work together, whether it's through medicine or anything else, with the aim to ultimately inspire people's souls and awaken love for God, for Krishna in their hearts, then that is Krishna consciousness. But the devotees at the hospital, leaders, many of them were quite discouraged. But the person that encouraged them the most of everyone in the world, far more than I could even encourage, was His Holiness Bhakti Tirtha Swami Maharaj. When he would come there, he would make them feel that what they were doing was so important. And it even came to the point where he would say, and of course, Srila Prabhupada would do the same thing. He would make everyone feel like they were the most important. He would say that Bhaktivedanta Hospital is the most important project in ISKCON. And that's what they really needed to hear, because they were hearing that they were deviants from other leaders. He was saying that it's the most important because here we have doctors, nurses, administrators, cooks, cleaners, all different factions of society, hundreds of different devotees from different aspects of society with different skills, who are coming together in the name of Srila Prabhupada to, and they're all grihastas. They could simultaneously make a living, which grihastas need to do sometimes. They had an income, but simultaneously they were together in the association of devotees, and they were spreading Krishna consciousness in such a way that literally thousands of people were becoming devotees. And he was seeing that, and he gave so much encouragement. That's just the way he was wherever he would go. He would see the sincerity and the potential of a person's contribution, big or small. And when Srila Prabhupada came to New York, he saw a little spark of a desire for spirituality in people's hearts. And through his appreciation of that, he fanned that little spark till it became a blazing fire of total dedication and surrender. And Bhakti Tirtha Maharaj really took that spirit of Srila Prabhupada, very much of his life as his life and soul, to really fan the little sparks we had in our hearts and nourish us. And that is the real expression of compassion that we need in our society today.
Thank you so much for sharing that, Maharaj. I was just wondering on this point, because I'm looking at your bookshelf, and we know that you've written a few books as well, which have really spread Krishna consciousness and the message of Lord Chaitanya far and wide. And I know that there's a whole pastime behind the conversation that you and Bhakti Tirtha Maharaj had, which also led to, the first book, at least, The Journey Home. And I was just wondering, would you be comfortable to just share how those exchanges took place that eventually led to the Journey Home being released?
I don't know if you can see, but this shelf right here,
yes,
the entire shelf is the books of His Holiness Bhakti Tirtha Swami Maharaj. I will just take one of them out. But we have an entire 1/8 of my bookshelf is Bhakti Tirtha Swami Maharaj's book. It's a well-known story that I tell often. During the time when I was releasing The Journey Home, I would often begin by explaining why I wrote the book. I'm so happy to see Vraja Lila Prabhu and Ekavir Prabhu. They were at Gita Nagari when Bhakti Tirtha Swami Maharaj invited me to come. In fact, I remember I was at New Vrindavan, and Vraja Lila Devi called me on the phone at New Vrindavan and said, Bhakti Tirtha Maharaj wants to talk to you. And he said, please come, I want to see you, because it seems like within the next few days I'm going to leave my body. And it was Vraja Lila Devi that opened the door for me to come, actually. And then I came there, and by Bhakti Tirtha Swami Maharaj's, just his graciousness, we, in certain ways, I feel unqualified to even speak what's in my heart, but we really loved each other. I would do anything for him, and I knew he would do anything for me. That was our relationship. And we had differences of opinion because we very much had different natures. So those things sometimes come into the equation of a relationship. But our appreciation for each other as servants of Krishna and Srila Prabhupada made whatever differences we had insignificant. Even if they were apparently very significant, we could practically laugh at them. And that's really what Vaishnavism is about, because we're a personal movement. And a personal movement is a society of personalities and people from different backgrounds with different skills, with different experiences in life. And, people interpret religion in different ways. That's a universal principle. Sometimes we talk about being objective, but each person is a subject. A person is not an object. A person is a subject. So how could a subject be objective? A subject really can only be subjective, because we are all subjects, and ultimately we're all coming from Krishna. And Krishna's full of limitless variegatedness, and therefore every spirit soul emanating from Krishna is variegated from every other spirit soul. There's a beautiful verse in the Srimad Bhagavatam. It's a verse by Lord Brahma that every ray of sun that has ever emanated from the sun, who could count them? But yet Krishna's qualities are limitlessly more than that. And every ray that has ever emanated from the sun is unique. There are no two that are completely alike. That's Krishna. So unity in diversity is the basis of Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's mission, Achintya Beda Beda Tattva, that we are simultaneously one and different than Krishna, and we're also simultaneously one and different from each other. And how to appreciate the oneness within the difference, and how to and when we actually understand the oneness within all the variegatedness, then we learn to love the variegatedness too. We actually can respect and appreciate each other, even if we have different views, even if we have different conceptions, and even for the sake of our particular service, we may even be arguing over our views. But yet we appreciate our differences because we understand the oneness that we are doing this for Srila Prabhupada and Krishna. And, with Bhakti Tirtha Swami Maharaj and myself, with all our diversity, it was always insignificant. it was always beautiful. When we disagreed, we could love disagreeing with each other, even if it was painful, because we respected each other's love for Srila Prabhupada and for Krishna. So when I was with him during those 8 weeks, it was very special because there was no question of any disagreement. We were just, the variegatedness just completely merged into a oneness of just being there for each other. That's all there was. And it was really special and very beautiful. And at that time, His Holiness Tamal Krishna Goswami Maharaj and His Holiness Sri Dayananda Goswami Maharaj and several other of my senior god brothers and many others and god sisters were telling me I should write a book about how I first came to Krishna consciousness, because they heard some stories. And I was writing some things, but I really did not have an intention to complete it or to make it into a publication. I was just writing things because I couldn't say no to so many god brothers and god sisters who were asking me to do it. And I revealed my heart to Bhakti Tirtha Swami Maharaj. It was in his room at the Institute in Gita Nagari. I remember exactly, he was laying in his bed that day and the lights were low. Ekavir Prabhu and Dhruva Prabhu, Brahma Muhurta Prabhu, and Vraja Lila and Parijata, they would come in and set everything up so nicely before. And then Bhakti Tirtha Maharaj, he made it a policy that when I came in the room, everyone had to leave so that we could just talk heart to heart. And there was not allowed to be any recording machines or anything like that. So it could just be totally for real and spontaneous. And that was very special. Although I wish someone would have secretly recorded it. but it was very, very special. And he was laying on his bed, a little propped up. And I explained to him, I was sitting on a chair next to him at his bedside. And at that time, he became very stern, which was unlike him during those 8 weeks. Usually it was just a total loving flow of exchanges of hearts, talking about, we would begin every one of our discussions by reading the prayer of Madhavendra Puri when he was on his deathbed in his total surrender to Krishna. And Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, that particular verse, he would go into ecstasy and dance when he would recite that verse, because it was the very core of his teachings, personified by his Param Guru Madhavendra Puri. So we would begin each discussion by discussing that verse. And then it would lead into hours of telling pastimes to each other and reflecting our hearts to each other and reflecting our concerns for the world and our concerns for Srila Prabhupada's movement and individual devotees. It was very beautiful. But on this particular day, he became very stern. He said, you must publish this. You must write this book and you must publish it. I told him that I feel very uncomfortable, just kind of writing some things privately to honor my God brothers and God sisters and other devotees' will. To write privately is not so difficult for me, but to actually publish, every page is going to be filled with the words I, me, and mine. And devotees really shouldn't talk about themselves. So I'm feeling that it would be an arrogant thing for me to publish such a book. And he became even more stern. And he said, it would be an act of arrogance for you not to write and publish this book. He said, it is your ego thinking that it's your story. This is not your story. This is Krishna's story of how he has taken a devotee or taken a fallen soul and brought him to the path of bhakti. He said, this is Krishna's story. And if this story can help others to appreciate Krishna consciousness, the path, both help devotees with faith and be a bridge to bring the people of the world to appreciate our movement. If that will be the effect, he said, then it would be an act of arrogance for you not to write it. And he said, I promise you it will be the effect. You must write this book and you must publish it. And I was not convinced at all. I was convinced of his generous heart and his kindness, but I was not at all convinced that it was the right thing to do. But then he took me by the hand and squeezed my hand. Bhakti Tirtha Maharaj said, you must promise me that you will complete this book and you will publish it. And I didn't say anything. And he again pressed me. He wouldn't let me go. He was holding my hand. And I said, Maharaj, I promise. And then he squeezed my hand harder and said, you cannot go against your word to a man who's on his deathbed. At that point, I just said, I promise. And I was thinking of ways to convince him to release me from that promise. But before I could do so, Krishna took Bhakti Tirtha Swami Maharaj from this world. So I felt that, before I die, I have to keep my promise to Bhakti Tirtha Swami Maharaj. So that was very much a motivating force that that made this book possible.
Thank you so much, Maharaj. And you've opened the door to those pastimes that you shared with Bhakti Tirtha Maharaj as he was preparing to leave the world. And as a very close friend and also a very elevated and experienced Vaishnava, I wonder if you could share with us, what are the lessons that you feel that he would want us all to take from those final, that final period? What was he preparing us for? What was he showing us, both as a community of devotees, as disciples? What are we to learn and imbibe from that in order to really give us a compass into how we should prepare moving forward?
There are many lessons. I will reflect on a few. One is, he really wanted devotees to have total faith in Srila Prabhupada. in Srila Prabhupada's books and Srila Prabhupada's mission. And oftentimes people go to Vrindavan or Mayapur or Jagannath Puri, a holy place in India, to depart from the world because it's considered so auspicious. Bhakti Tirtha Maharaj told me several times the reason he wanted to be at Gita Nagari was so that devotees understand that wherever Srila Prabhupada established a project or a temple, that was because Srila Prabhupada invested his heart in that place. It was as good as Mayapur or Vrindavan. And by leaving his body at Gita Nagari, he was giving a very powerful statement that wherever Srila Prabhupada established a project within our movement, that is a supreme holy place. And he wanted us to have that faith. Another reason is his love for all of you, his love for his disciples, his followers, his friends. You know, he gave so much of his heart and soul to preaching in the West that, you know, it would be difficult for so many of his devotees to come to India. So he knew how much his followers loved him, and he wanted his followers to also understand how much he loved them. So he wanted to be there close to his devotees during those very precious last weeks. That was one example. At a certain time during those weeks, he did his Nirjana Bhajana, where he stopped meeting people. Now, this may seem like a contradiction. He came to Gita, he decided to depart from this world at Gita Nagari so he could be close to his followers. But then at a certain point, he stopped seeing his followers. And it was not at all a contradiction. It was a very beautiful statement. He wanted to exemplify that ultimately it's in taking shelter of Krishna that our life has real meaning and purpose. To surrender to Krishna is the North Star. It's the guiding direction in everything we do. How are we pleasing Krishna? So, you know, through his life, the way he chanted japa, you know, I remember, you know, in the earlier days, he would sit in front of Prabhupada's Vyasa and not say a word to anyone and just intensely chant his japa every day. And people, you know, it was almost scary to some devotees how he chanted his japa because it was with such intensity, it was enthusiastic intensity and total absorption. And when he would chant and dance in kirtan, it wasn't just a dance, it was total absorption. You know, he was just absorbed in the holy names. And when he would read, when he would write, when he would speak, he was absorbed. He was a person who would just be absorbed in any devotional activity he did. And that was his surrender, by totally giving his whole life, his body, mind, words, life, absorption. So he wanted to exemplify that at the last stage of life, we should just completely and totally absorb ourselves in hearing and chanting and praying to Krishna, totally giving ourselves to Krishna. In his own humility, I was with him so often, you know, every day for some hours sometimes, and I would see his absorption. But it was also for preaching. He wanted others. He was close by to others, and being close by, they could see how he was totally giving himself to Krishna and to the gifts of the sadhana that Srila Prabhupada had given him. And then there were little windows where during his Nirjan Bhajan, he would let people in. And the enthusiasm of the preciousness and the rareness of getting to be with him again. You know, devotees would fill his room. I remember one time he was laying in his bed. He was already doing Nirjan Bhajan for about a week or so, maybe a little more. And I was with him. I would be with him every day. And I said, today is, I believe it was the disappearance day of Mukunda Datta. Mukunda Datta is the brother of Vasudeva Datta. And of course, Vasudeva Datta was one of the great heroes of Bhakti Tirtha Swami's life, because he was the embodiment of compassion. Vasudeva Datta prayed to Lord Chaitanya, let everyone go back to Godhead in the entire universe, every living entity, and let me suffer the karma of all of them perpetually so that they could be with you. And he considered that prayer to be the greatest way he could serve Srila Prabhupada. You know, let me suffer for others. You know, in Christianity, you know, Jesus is so much honored because he was willing to suffer for others. And you know, when I told him that it was the disappearance day of the brother of Vasudeva Datta, he just looked at me like a child with the most innocent, sweet, pure glance from his eyes, like a 5-year-old child. He just looked at me and said, oh, today, Vasudeva Datta, Mukunda Datta, Vasudeva Datta, today would be such an auspicious day for me to leave this world. Call all the devotees in. I think I'll leave today. And we called all the devotees in, and everyone filled his room up. It was chanting. And because nobody had seen him except for his immediate caretakers for some time, it was very, very special. You know, the idea of Sambhog and Vipralamba, that separation makes union sweeter. And we all came because he may leave. The idea was he was going to leave his body that day. So for hours and hours and hours, all the devotees were chanting, and there was so many beautiful tears, and he was just laying there, totally absorbed in hearing the holy names and chanting the holy names, totally absorbed in receiving the love of all the Vaishnavas, and totally absorbed in radiating his love for all the Vaishnavas. And that went on for many hours. And then I was sitting on a little chair next to him at his bedside. And he just looked at me again with that childlike glance. And I put my ear close to him, and he said, Krishna doesn't want me to leave today, so you could tell everyone to go. And then he continued his Nirjan bhajan. So that was an important lesson. He really wanted us to absorb ourselves in the process of Krishna consciousness, in hearing Krishna's names and glories and qualities, in japa and kirtan and study. He put that great emphasis, because without that absorption, the unity of our communities would not be empowered by Srila Prabhupada and Krishna's mercy.
Thank you so much, Maharaj. That's such a powerful insight and answer as well. And it really helps us to understand that we bond together through the blessings of the holy name and Srila Prabhupada's blessings as well. So thank you for really bringing that to our awareness. And you also talked a bit earlier about how sometimes there was different perceptions or different views on something. And we often see, and we were discussing this earlier, that in our devotional communities, sometimes people disagree and so on. And you talked about that unity that comes from the holy name, from kirtan and so on. And I wonder if you could share with us, what was his thought process, or how did he perceive it? Because you talked about the hospital and different perceptions. How did he take it when people had differences of opinion with him in terms of how he would approach something? How was he able to hold compassion while maintain that enthusiasm and that confidence and that boldness to try to serve Srila Prabhupada in the way that he felt Prabhupada would desire it?
Bhuta Bhavana Prabhu, that's a very deep subject you are approaching. Yes, there were people who were critical of him. There were people who grossly misunderstood him. There were people that were envious of him. He had all those things coming, to him because he was so bold. And because he was willing to be so bold to stand up for the rights of people who were not being respected appropriately, he was criticized for that. He was really a civil rights activist within our movement, from the perspective of, everyone, regardless of their sex or their race or their profession or whatever, everyone who's in Prabhupada's movement should be respected and should be given the honor of a Vaishnav, if they're sincere. And, I saw certain situations, even situations that he didn't agree with. He didn't want to see devotees suffer. And the more he stood up for people like that, the more he was also attacked. And it hurt him. It definitely hurt him. I personally saw, Srila Prabhupada was hurt when his godbrothers criticized him. But he was transcendental because there was never enmity. He did the needful for his service. And in a very similar way, Bhakti Tirtha Swami Maharaj, I never saw him have enmity toward anyone, even people who were attacking him, even people who were hurting him. He was forgiving, but at the same time, he kept his stand. he kept his stand, of compassion toward others, while at the same time forgiving those who didn't understand. And in this way, he gave the example that if you have a hot coal in your hand, to throw it at somebody else, it burns you. And that was an example that's in one of his books, I remember. And I've quoted that many times. He held no negativity or enmity toward the person. He may have disagreed with how devotees were hurting each other, or where devotees were even at times prejudiced toward each other. He would stand up for it. He would take the reactions as far as, people who were unkind to him, but he didn't take it with enmity. It was with forgiveness and compassion. And at the same time, boldly keeping his stance as a protector of Vaishnavas. Does that make sense?
It makes complete sense, Maharaj. It makes complete sense.
It's very difficult to try to explain. And so many very personal examples of this are coming to my mind that I really don't feel it's appropriate for me to speak. But in principle, yes, the nature of the world is it creates friction. The age of Kali is the age of quarrel and hypocrisy. So whether, we're husband and wife, or whether we're god brothers or god sisters, or whatever it may be, it's inevitable that there's going to be disagreements. There's going to be justifications to fight. There's going to be justifications to dislike each other. Inevitable. It's the way the world works. The world turns to that tune of creating animosity between people, between nations, between races, between sexes, between everybody. It's imminent. And Krishna consciousness is to rise above that. Tatena kampam sasamikshamano. We would discuss this particular verse often, that, a devotee, even when difficult times come, we offer our obeisances to Krishna and thank Krishna and take shelter of Krishna in those difficult times. And one of the most difficult times is the sense of betrayal from those who you love. It's very difficult. And, he loved all the devotees in our movement. And, it was painful when devotees didn't understand what he was trying to do, or criticize or attacked. But he never held envy. He never held dislike toward anyone. He may argue his point, but it was for everyone's good. It was never for anyone's harm. Mm-hmm. In other words, even in disagreements, he was a well-wisher. And that's the way Vaishnavas should be with each other. Even if we disagree, we should do it as well-wishers. The main reason we should do it is that's the only way to do it that pleases Krishna and Prabhupada. And if that's our purpose, to please Krishna and Prabhupada, we have to learn to disagree with that spirit.
That's such a powerful answer, Maharaj. And I really appreciate it. And I guess many people on the call, on the session, they'll be wondering, it's wonderful. And we see this in the example of so many great Vaishnavas. And I guess what I'd like to ask, and I think it may be useful for everyone on the call, if we take it down to, let's say, my level or someone who's just a practitioner on this journey, how do we find that? How do we find that strength of forgiveness and maintaining that sense of being well-wishers, even when we have these different perspectives, and maybe even in the way that we deal with each other, it may not be as refined in the way that Vaishnavas ideally should? How do we develop that mentality and those qualities?
One of the trappings of Maya is we see the qualities of great personalities like Bhakti Tirtha Swami, or the personalities in Sri Chaitanya Charitamrita and Srimad Bhagavatam. We see how they forgive and how they're well-wishers, and we think that, you know, they're great souls and I'm not, so I can't do it. But the reason why great souls do it like that is to give us a standard to strive for. Otherwise, you know, why would they come to this world? Why these examples of Prahlad or Kunti Devi are there in Srimad Bhagavatam if we can't do it? We can't do it like them. We can't imitate them. And that's a principle that Srila Prabhupada emphasized. We cannot imitate great souls, but Mahajano Yena Gadasa Bandha. The way to please Krishna is we follow in the footsteps. We understand this is the standard, and we pray for and strive for that standard of behavior, that standard of character. And the more we're absorbed in Krishna through our sadhana and our kirtan, the more we're actually, if we're doing it with the right intention, because, you know, there can be people who are enthusiastic in kirtan and everything who can be very mean and to each other. Part of what makes kirtan beautiful is our enthusiasm in the act of kirtan, but also our intention. Trinadapi sunichena turor api sahishnuna amani namanadena kirtaniya sadahari. This is an inseparable rule of Lord Chaitanya's teaching, that we must strive to emulate this spirit of being humble, more humble than a blade of grass, more tolerant and forgiving than a tree, offering all respect to others and expecting none in return. Because only in this way will Krishna will be pleased by the way we're chanting his holy names. And then we actually get the higher taste when Krishna's pleased, because Krishna reciprocates. He's supremely sweet. He's supremely beautiful. His pastimes are supremely attractive. And they're all within his names. They're all within his beautiful, the narrations of his stories, his pastimes. But according to how Krishna's pleased with our intention, Krishna reveals himself. So it is very important that we see great persons passing through the same kind of predicaments in life that we're passing through with such character and integrity. And although we cannot imitate, it is the shining light that we are meant to be praying for and moving toward. And the choices we make should very much be while we're emulating the spirit of such exemplary personalities.
Thank you so much, Maharaj. Just that really extraordinary, just to really help us to understand that we should always follow in that spirit and aim for that that standard that will be fully pleasing to Guru and to Krishna, to Prabhupada. Thank you so much for that. I guess one thing in relation to that then is that as God brothers all serving in this mission under Prabhupada, I wonder if you could share with us, and I know you shared this in the past, I think with a few of us in London, what would be Bhakti Tirtha Maharaj's message to disciples, to well-wishers? So what would he be emphasizing to us? So it's been 16 years since he left the planet physically. And so we're now in 2021. And just by your own connection and that closeness that you had, that real connection that you had, please, if you could share with us all, what would be his message to us? I know you've spoken about this before in London, just so that as disciples, well-wishers, as the entire community under Prabhupada, because we're all one family, ultimately. Please, if you could pass that message that could help us keep our compass in the direction of pleasing Guru to please Srila Prabhupada.
When Srila Prabhupada was on his bed in Vrindavan, at Krishna Balaram Temple, he made that well-known statement, "You can show your love for me by how you cooperate with one another to spread the mission of Lord Chaitanya." Bhakti Tirtha Swami, that's how he showed his love for Prabhupada in such an extraordinary way, by trying to inspire that type of cooperation among each other. We cannot follow the example of great souls only when things are very favorable to what we like. Devotees are not fair weather devotees. Devotees should preserve and live with the same principles, whether it's fair weather, sunny weather, or stormy weather, or whether there's earthquakes or hurricanes or pandemics. In whatever situation, whether people are praising us or blaming us, we show our love for Prabhupada by how we cooperate. And especially for the disciples and followers of Bhakti Tirtha Swami Maharaj, there's absolutely no doubt in my mind that you can show your love for him. You could show your love for him by how you cooperate with one another. To understand, devotees see beyond just their own perspective, to see each other the way he sees. You may disagree with someone, but does Bhakti Tirtha Swami Maharaj love that devotee? If he does, we have to be very careful. It's not just about me. It's about seeing through the eyes of the great souls. And that's a challenge. And that's a test of our sincerity. And that's how we advance, by making choices in harmony with that sincerity. That I may not like someone, but if Prabhupada loves that person, if Bhakti Tirtha Swami Maharaj loves that person, I have to interact in a way that will please them. So that is something very, very important. And Param Vijayate Shri Krishna Sankirtanam. The prime benediction for this age is Krishna has descended in his name. To absorb ourselves in hearing and chanting, and to create a wonderful dynamic movement where we show our love by cooperation. And Bhakti Tirtha Swami Maharaj was very fearless. through the Institute, he brilliantly reached people in ways that were unconventional. In his heart, he was such a deep traditionalist. That's where his heart was. He was, he could easily just live like a Babaji on the banks of the Yamuna. In his heart, he was very deeply traditional. But he took Prabhupada's mission as his life and soul, and Prabhupada was traveling around the world trying to give Krishna consciousness to everyone. And he felt for everyone. And he felt the need, the calling of Srila Prabhupada to communicate with people in ways that were relevant and ways that people could open their hearts and connect to Prabhupada's mercy and message. And in this way, sometimes the way he dressed, and sometimes the way he preached, and sometimes the way he wrote, from a very traditional, pure bhakti perspective, he was trying to make the message of Lord Chaitanya relatable and accessible to common people. And he was very bold for doing that. And I think that as followers of Bhakti Tirtha Maharaj, it's very important to follow in his footsteps in that way, to actually have a very, very deep roots in our parampara, deep, profound roots being nourished by our traditions. But at the same time, from that place, extending to each other and to the world in innovative ways.
Beautiful. Thank you so much, Maharaj. Thank you. Because I recall years ago when we spoke about this in London, I asked you the question, you echoed the same points. You said that you'd want the devotees to find new and innovative ways to attract people to ISKCON. You talked about how he'd want the God family to look after each other, to have very strict sadhana, and also interesting to help unite the entire Prabhupada family, unite the entire ISKCON movement. So thank you for really expanding on those points in such a powerful way. I will ask you one thing, and then what we will do is we'll open up for any questions from the rest of the devotees who are here. And that is, before we go to questions, we've talked about different experiences, you had exchanges. It would be very wonderful, I think very inspiring for many of us, if you could share your fondest memory. You shared so many different exchanges, but what was your fondest recollection, interaction with Bhakti Tirtha Maharaj, please?
Honestly, Bhuta Bhavana Prabhu, any memory that comes to my mind in relation to His Holiness Bhakti Tirtha Swami is my fondest. I'm completely honest. Any exchange, any observation I've made of him, it's at that moment, it's the fondest.
Thank you so much, Maharaj. Thank you. Very, very inspiring.
At this moment, my fondest memory of Bhakti Tirtha Swami is how he has inspired you, Bhuta Bhavana Prabhu, to be such a good devotee.
Thank you. And we always very much value and appreciate the precious time, and also, the precious association that you've given Bhakti Tirtha Maharaj's disciples of other gurus who've passed away, and also just the wonderful example of devotion and Vaishnava behavior that you've shared throughout this entire community, and also shared and made accessible to the entire world. So we just wanted to say thank you on behalf of Srila Bhakti Tirtha Maharaj, on behalf of Srila Prabhupada, on behalf of all the Vaishnavas within our community, and also extending beyond. So what I'll do is I'll just throw it out to the entire forum. So if you have any questions, what I'm going to ask you to do is please do put your questions in the chat window. Marge, I'll also ask you if you could let us know what is your capacity in terms of time. We want to be respectful of your own schedule as well.
I'm so happy to see my dear God brother Chaidas Prabhu and Krishna Loka descending from Italy. Hare Krishna.
So we have some questions coming through. So the first one I'll ask is, how can we follow in the, well, this is one question that's been asked. I think, Marge, you've actually answered this. So, but I'll ask it anyway, just in case there's any additional insight you'd like to give. And that is that one devotee has asked, how can we follow in the footsteps of Bhakti Tirtha Swami?
Chant and be happy, and chant in such a way to live for others' happiness.
Thank you. Another question that's asked is, how would Bhakti, or what would, let's put it this way, how would Bhakti Tirtha Maharaj respond or communicate regarding this entire pandemic that we've all been through this last year or so? Are there any reflections that you feel that he would share, or emphasis that he would share based upon what's been happening?
To take this opportunity to go deeper and deeper into taking shelter of the holy names of Krishna, studying Srila Prabhupada's books, studying his books, and utilizing the technology that we have today in innovative ways to communicate with each other and to communicate this message to the world. Pandemic is a very difficult time. Many of us have lost loved ones, lost friends, god brothers, god sisters. It's a time of great reflection. But a devotee, even in painful situations, even in tragedies, Tateno Kampam Susamikshimano, has gratitude. Where with all the things that may break our heart that's happening around us, or challenges, we're grateful that we have Krishna. Krishna's in our heart, and nothing could ever change that. Srila Prabhupada has blessed us. Nothing could ever change that. Our gurus have blessed us. Nothing could change that. So let us interact with the challenges and the tragedies of the world from the roots, from the foundation of our gratitude for what we have. And to simultaneously express our gratitude by trying to go deeper and deeper and deeper into the shelter of our sadhanas and of our prayers. The book series that Bhakti Tirtha Swami Maharaj wrote, The Beggar, he's humbling himself and taking shelter in difficult situations. That's so much what it's about. And he's expressing his own heart as a true and humble Vaishnav, but he's also giving light and teaching us how we should respond to difficult times. When Srila Prabhupada was asked how we could best pay him back for what he has done for us, he said, wholeheartedly receive what I've given you and share it with others.
Thank you so much. So there's a few other questions. I mean, one thing I'll also just add based upon what you said, Marge, and this is just to give some recognition to the devotees from Harinam Press. So based upon some of the guidance that you gave us in our previous, in the disappearance celebration last year, I know that there are quite a few devotees who have come together to really start to work on making more of Bhakti Tirtha Maharaj's books available to the wider world. And on that basis, right now on Amazon, and we're just encouraging devotees, if they would like to do this, get these books, they can do so. But right now on Amazon, almost all of Bhakti Tirtha Maharaj's books are available. So devotees around the world can order those books. They can also share them with other people. And I know that devotees are also working on audio books as well. So we just want to add and to share that as well. So another question that came up here, and this, I'll go to the one from Mother Vraja Lila. She says, Maharaj, can you kindly share a short memory of you and Bhakti Tirtha Maharaj in Cleveland with Sri Sri Radha Murlidhar? If you could share a short memory. I'm not sure if she has a specific one in mind, but maybe.
You know, after Bhakti Tirtha Swami Maharaj accepted the sannyasi ashram, about 3 years later, I accepted the sannyasi ashram, and we would regularly meet in Cleveland because, you know, from 1970, you know, I left New Vrindavan in 1979 to be traveling, and for many years, every week I would go to Cleveland 1 day a week, and I would give classes at Oberlin College and other places nearby. And when I would come to Cleveland, oftentimes Bhakti Tirtha Maharaj would come to visit his family or just to inspire the devotees. It was very special because the devotees who were there in Cleveland were very much a special type of family to Bhakti Tirtha Swami Maharaj. And, you know, oftentimes devotees would come from Washington, D.C. and other places to Cleveland when he was there. So it was always like a reunion. And it was beautiful. Just the exchange of respect and affection that we always had for one another. I'm remembering at times Mangal Arti would start at 4:30 for Sri Sri Radha Murlidhar, and the conch shell would blow at the end of the Mangal Arti, and the pujari would clean up, then the curtains would close, the doors would close, and the pujaris would be dressing the deities, and the Mangal Arti continued. And I not just once, many times, I'm remembering the Mangal Arti would just keep going. And it was not just at the beginning, Mangal Arti started very subdued, but about halfway through it became very enthusiastic and dynamic. And it would maintain that pace. And we would all be dancing and dancing and dancing and chanting and calling out the holy names. And I'm just amazed that that neighborhood of Cleveland, you know, was resounding with the holy names coming from the house on Euclid Avenue. And it was chanting and chanting and chanting. And I could feel Radha Murlidhar just, you know, smiling on the altar as they were being bathed and dressed. And then the conch shell would blow again, and the curtains would open, and it would be greeting the deities, and the kirtan was still going on. And sometimes like 3 hours. We'd end the kirtan at the time for breakfast. And I remember sometimes seeing, while the kirtan was going on at a certain time, the pujaris would be behind the curtains doing theirs. And as soon as they opened the curtains, they would run out and join the kirtan. And Mother Kamagiri Devi, she would just be sitting in the corner making garlands, and her little children would be running around. And Bhakti Tirtha Swami would just be smiling, beaming in his ecstasy of chanting the holy names.
Thank you, Raj. Thank you. So Chili Shakti asked the question. She said that if you could share, what would Bhakti Tirtha Maharaj have done differently with his preaching if he was physically here today, if anything?
I don't feel qualified to try to speculate in that way, but I sincerely believe that the way Bhakti Tirtha Swami presented Krishna consciousness in his books and in his example is even more relevant to the situation today of our society and the world than it was when he wrote them.
Thank you, Raj. A question from Mitravinda Devidasi. She says, her question regards keeping devotional standards, fanaticism, and false ego. How do we make sure that we're keeping the standard without falling into being fanatical or getting more into the false ego? How can we make sure we keep the right standard but don't fall into false ego or fanaticism, please? Raj.
Having good association is very important. Satsang. By associating with mature, sincere devotees, by hearing from advanced devotees, by rendering service to advanced devotees, and we'll keep the proper perspective in our hearts as we're studying Srila Prabhupada's books and performing our sadhana. So association is very, very important.
And I think the last...
When I speak of advanced devotees, I include like-minded devotees. Devotees that we really feel have that spirit of Bhakti Tirtha Swami in their hearts. Have that spirit that Srila Prabhupada has placed within our minds and hearts. We want to be with such devotees. If we're eager to serve others, then our false ego becomes purified. The tendency is when our gurus disappear, we want to be leaders, and we lose that spirit of being the servant of the servant of the servant. But Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, he very strongly taught us that in whatever role we're in, we should always be aspiring to be servant of the servant of the servant. Yeah, we require good association to keep that spirit alive.
Thank you so much, Raj. One other question that came was, how do we become more transcendental and less worried about our reputation so that we can continue to follow Prabhupada's teachings our whole life and not just 5 years, 10 years, etc. And linked to that, how do we rein in or hold ourselves back from the tendency of thinking badly of other devotees?
We dukalayam ashashvatam, janma mrityu jara vyadi. we should be aware that death could come at any moment. And death will come at any moment. It's not that death can come at any moment. Death will come at any moment. Kamala dala jala jivana talamala. You know, our very life and everything we know and have is like a drop of water on a lotus leaf. And that's the reality. Bhajahun haripura nitire. All we really have is Krishna and what pleases Krishna. And yasya prasada bhagavat prasada. Yasya prasada nagati kutopi. What pleases our guru is what pleases Krishna. So reputation and comforts and all of these things, we should not be attached to them because they're going to be gone very soon. You know, how many years will this world exist? And of those years that the world exists, how many years are we going to physically be in these bodies? It's insignificant. You know, our lifetimes are very, very insignificant, but we should treasure each moment in such a way that that we're pleasing Krishna and we're pleasing our gurus. And if we're hearing Sravanam, if we're hearing sincerely, we'll always be aware that padam padam yadvi padam, there is danger at every step in this world. During this time of the pandemic, it's a sad time, but it's also an educational time that we see that, you know, economically, people we love in our own life, you know, anything could go at any moment. So why should we take so seriously our egoistic attachments? You know, the only reason a devotee wants to have a good reputation is so that that reputation can be a gift to others. We don't want a good reputation for ourselves. If we have a good reputation, we only want that so that that reputation could inspire others in the service of Guru and Krishna. So keep in mind what's really important. Death will come, and it will come anytime. And while we're here alive for this very brief amount of time, let us focus on what will please Krishna, what will please our Guru Maharaj.
Thank you, Maharaj.
Everything else is relatively unimportant. We may have to deal with situations, but really the only thing that's important is that the way we do these things and the way we take shelter internally and the way we serve is samsiddhir haritoshanam, is pleasing to Guru and Krishna. And I think that's a good place to conclude our discussion today.
Thank you. Absolutely. Thank you. We so want to say thank you so much, Radhanath Maharaj, for so kindly giving us your time, your association, and your insights on this Vyasa Puja of Bhakti Tirtha Maharaj 2021. And we're always indebted to you as a God family, you know, and just widely for all of the time and care that you show all of us within Prabhupada's movement. And we thank you so much for your time and your association. And if there's anything we can do as devotees to be of service to you, then please do not hesitate to let us know. We'd be happy to serve.
Thank you. And please, each and every one of you, appreciate your own good fortune, that your lives have been touched by such a great personality, a historic personality, Bhakti Tirtha Swami Maharaj. And please know that his love for you, your love for him, and your eagerness to serve him is where you will truly find his presence in your life. Vaishnavas never die. They live to spread the holy name around. They die to live. And, this Bhakti Tirtha Maharaj, his beloved soul, a divine associate of Srila Prabhupada and Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, in this world, inspired us, and he's more in this world now than he was when he was physically, if we just recognize that and appreciate our good fortune. And how you treat each other is how he will make himself visible in your hearts.
Thank you so much. His Holiness Srila Prabhupada Ki Jai, Bhakti Tirtha Maharaj Ki Jai, Radhanath Ki Jai.
We love you, Maharaj. We love you so much.
Thank you.
His Holiness Srila Radhanath Maharaj Ki.
Thank you so much, Maharaj.
Hi, thank you, Maharaj. Thank you so much, Maharaj.
Krishna Maharaj, thank you so much, Maharaj. Wonderful.
Thank you, Maharaj.
Hare Krishna, Maharaj. Hare Krishna.
Thank you so much.
So much.
So much, Maharaj.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna, Hare Bol.
Thank you, Maharaj.
Hare Krishna, Maharaj.
Hare Krishna, Maharaj. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Love you, Maharaj.
Hare Bol Maharaj.
Thank you for experiencing the cow down on the grass.
Thank you, Haribol.
Hare Krishna.
Jai Radhanath Maharaj. Jai Radhanath
Hare Krishna, Maharaj. Ki Jai.
Gurudev Ki Jai.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Maharaj.
Thank you, Maharaj. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much,
Hare
Maharaj.
Krishna.
We're so grateful, Maharaj.
Sadhu, sadhu.
Hare
Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna.
So much, Maharaj.
Hare Krishna.
Thank you so much. Yeah.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
We love
Hare Krishna,
So beautiful, Maharaj.
Hare
Thank you so much.
Hare Krishna.
Thank you, Maharaj, for attending this beautiful summit.
We love you, we do.
All right, thank you Thank you so much for this wonderful, wonderful ending to the first International Global Summit, where we have had a 3-day beautiful event. We are going to have kirtan, I hear. So I think we are, yes, we're about to have kirtan, I hear. And then after that, we're going to have concluding remarks. And then we definitely have to thank everyone that has been a part of this beautiful program and brought everyone together in this ecstatic, exciting way. And we have totally been imbued with the love of Bhakti Tirtha Swami, Srila Prabhupada, and Chaitanya's mission. And this has just been such a blessing. So thank you so much, Radhanath Swami, and everyone for this. So I hear you're going to do kirtan. Is that true?
Haribol. Yes.
Haribol.
Also, thank you, Bhutta Bhavana, for teasing the nectar out of Radhanath Swami. Not you're always overflowing with nectar, but this was a very special interview. And it was beautiful to see the expertise of devotees just sharing pearls of wisdom. And I've really appreciated hearing this. So look forward to your kirtan as well.
Is there someone special who's supposed to lead the kirtan?
That's a good question. I was assuming.
Yes, that special person is His Holiness Srila Radhanath Maharaj Ki Jai. A short kirtan for us, Maharaj, please.
I didn't know you wanted me to do. I'm sorry. I was just waiting. Namo Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prishtaya Bhutale Srimati Bhakti Vedanta Swami Iti Namine
Namo Vishnu Padaya
Krishna
Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Shunyadi Paschatya Desatharine
Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Shunyavadi
Hare Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Sri Advaita Gadadhar Sri Vasadi Gaur Bhakta Vrinda
Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Sri Advaita Vasadi Gaur Bhakta Vrinda.
Jaya Sri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Sri Advaita Gadadhar Sri Vasadi Gaur Bhakta Vrinda.
Jai Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Sri Advaita Gadadhar Sri Vasadi
Jaya Sri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Vasadi Gaur Bhakta Vrinda.
Jai Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Vasudeva
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama,
Hare
Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Rama Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna,
Hare
Rama Hare Rama,
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna,
Hare Krishna,
Krishna Krishna,
Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna,
Krishna,
Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama, Hare Hare.
Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, Prabhupada.
Jaya Prabhupada,
Jaya Jaya
Jaya Jaya Gurudev.
Gurudev. Dev.
Gurudev. Gurudev.
Jaya Jaya Gurudev.
Nitai Gaura Haribo.
Hari Bolo. Hari Bolo.
Haribo.
Nita Gaura
Maharaj ki.
Swami ki.
Maharaj ki Jai.
Thank you so much, Maharaj.
Haribol.
Haribol.
Krishna
Thank you, Maharaj. Hare Krishna. Krishna Maharaj, thank you so much.
Thank you, Maharaj, for the kirtan.
Hare Krishna Gurudev.
Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna Maharaj. Hare Krishna. Thank you so much, Maharaj. Hare Krishna.
Hare
Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna.
Guru Maharaj. All devotees to Srila Prabhupada.
Maharaj, Radhanath Maharaj ki.
Jai.
Haribol.
Hare Krishna.
Hare Hare Bol.
Haribol. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Maharaj.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Maharaj.
Maharaj, this is Guru Maharaj's room where you and him spent so much time together. So we just wanted you to remind you of his bed.
Yes.
We have under here a gift that was given to him by a devotee. So we keep it for him. And we just wanted you to remind you.
Forgive Maharaj ka my room spend time.
Radhanath Swami stayed at the side of this bed with our Guru Maharaj for 8 weeks.
Wow.
Wow. Haribol.
These are their two hands. Embrace Radhanath Swami and Bhakti Tirtha Maharaj with Giriraj.
Hare Krishna.
Ah, Jai.
Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna. Now we're gonna thanks and thank you so much, Maharaj, for your spontaneous kirtan. We very much appreciate it. And Mother Jambavati, we're gonna pass it on to you, and then I will conclude with concluding thank yous. All right, you have to unmute yourself. Let's see.
I have been waiting all this time just for hearing from Jambavati Devi.
Oh, Maharaj.
Jambavati, you need to unmute yourself, please.
Am I unmuted now?
Yes.
Okay, as I said, I am so unqualified for this, but Maharaj, you make it possible. So, as Maharaj would say, this has been 3 days of total outrageousness. 3 days of hearing from devotees, 3 days of hearing about their wonderful projects, 3 days of hearing about all the devotee skills and their creativity. And you know, at previous Vyasa Pujas that Maharaj had, he would always remind us that Vyasa Puja, in terms of the meaning, it's actually an opportunity, like an annual opportunity to
rededicate ourselves, to recommit ourselves, to recharge our spiritual batteries, to remind ourselves that we're part of this wonderful parampara, to remind us that we are assisting our spiritual masters in Srila Prabhupada's mission. And so it's never just about us, it's always about the mission. Hare Krishna. And Maharaj, thank you for reminding us in terms of why Gita Nagari is so special and the tremendous opportunities that are there to assist in Maharaja's service to Srila Prabhupada. You know, I know that Vraja Lila calls IFAST inter-IFAST now. I really think it should be called global IFAST now because of the far reach and all of the different devotees that are on almost every continent there is. And I'm also going to say that I think that there should be a master list of all of the devotee skills and all of their creativity, everything that they do. I'm just thinking of Dhira Nitai with his yoga bhakti, and of course Srivas with his projects, and Akadashi with her project. Not to mention Yashoda Mae with her tofu business that's about to go global now. So we have so many devotees that have so many wonderful skills. And I really think that we should have a master list of what those skills are so that in the future we can call on those devotees and keep it in the family, as they say. So we have been reminded by His Holiness Radhanath Maharaj of how to find the strength of forgiveness and not falling into the traps of Maya. And that is so important. And that we should remain steadfast in our principles, no matter what the weather is, and to show our love to Gurudev and our cooperation to one another. And I am going to say that I think because of the projects that everyone has been talking about and sharing in terms of just continuing Gurudev's mission and continuing his legacy, I think is just very, very important. And so in the mood of Gurudev, trying to follow his instructions, I am going to defer to my seniors now. And that is Mother Vraja Lila, and I see Mother Kamagiri is also here. And so I am going to defer to them for the real concluding remarks. Hare Krishna.
Thank you so much, Mother Jambavati, showing us the proper etiquette. Mother Kamagiri, we haven't heard from you, so I would love to hear from you. If possible, can you please unmute yourself? Dun, dun, dun.
Jamba, I owe you one. You know which one I'm talking about. But my concluding remarks would be that, Okay. I am so grateful to all of you for representing Srila Bhakti Tirtha Swami so wonderful in your service while he was here and as he has moved on to some other service, and you all are carrying his mission so nicely. I am so grateful to His Holiness Radhanath Swami, who, I mean, there's really no words to say what's in my heart, you know, today and every day. But, you know, only concluding with just, I'm just grateful, and I pray that I'll be able to come and see everybody personally again. You know, prayerfully, this won't be our only way of associating with one another. You know, I'm just missing everybody so much. I mean, the Zoom is okay, but you know, it's not enough. So I'm just praying that we'll all be able to come together and have another wonderful personal Vyasa Puja in the future. So I love you all. I'm always wishing all of you well, and you're just carrying me, on this energy of loving service and servant of the servant of the servant, and understanding that that's all we are eternal servants of Krishna under Srila Prabhupada's guidance. Thank you all so much. Hare Krishna.
The Kamagiri Ki Jai. All right.
Haribol, Haribol. I guess do I do this now, Krishna Shakti?
Yes, please.
Okay. Oh, thank you. Thank you, Jambavati. As Krishna Shakti said, setting such a beautiful example of passing the baton. We're so grateful to you, and we know that His Holiness Radhanath Swami has so much appreciation for you. So he really, I know, stayed on because he really wanted to hear from you. So we're grateful we heard from you a little bit. Thank you so much. So there's so much to say about this weekend, and there's no adequate words that myself, like Vera, and neither one of us can share. However, we just want to thank all of you. We're so grateful to be in this devotee family, this global devotee family that our revered Guru Maharaj created under the guidance of Srila Prabhupada for all of us, so that we can all experience this eternal loving relationship, because we know that that was our Guru Maharaj's mood. He wanted us to start experiencing that now in these bodies, so that when we are out of these bodies, that we really have some taste for what it is like for us to associate, with each other. That's the whole mood of this of our parampara, is to have association of great souls and to be exemplary of this association. The devotees that lovingly offered so much this weekend, we thank you so very much. All of you know who you are. And we specifically want to thank His Holiness Radhanath Swami. Maharaj, I have I think about 5 pages of notes from Maharaj sharing. And a couple of things caught my attention was the lessons that Maharaj shared with us from his relationship with our revered Guru Maharaj. And those lessons, I believe, if we keep those lessons in our heart, then we can definitely go on to be exemplary, authentic in our communities around the world. Another point that Radhanath Maharaj made that touched my heart is this point about Guru Maharaj and the disappearance of Mukunda Dat, the brother of Vasudeva Dat, and how on that disappearance day, how Guru Maharaj, like a child, called out, "Oh, Mukunda Dat, this is a good day to leave the body." And as I reflected on Maharaj sharing that, and him sharing continuously throughout this program, that we are to think about the time of death can come for any one of us at any time. This prayer, or this saying of our Guru Maharaj, this heartfelt connection with Mukunda Dat for Vasudeva Dat will always stay in my heart, having heard it from Radhanath Maharaj's mouth, to remember that the day will come for us to all, call on someone when we get to leave our bodies. And so Gurudev was calling on that day, because that day was auspicious. And Maharaj, he talked about absorption in the process of Krishna consciousness and unity of our communities. So we talked about this weekend. And I pray, my prayer is somehow to be held in all of your embrace, all of this wonderful, loving global families embrace, so that somehow we can all together be an example of unity in community, unity. And we are already diverse. We're already so diverse. So I pray that somehow I can be in this community and somehow create this mood of unity. I thank you so very much. We thank Radhanath Swami, the organizers, Dhruva Prabhu, Dhruva, who we said is not a disciple of His Holiness Bhakti Tirtha Maharaj, not an initiated disciple. However, he initiated this entire program This is how our Guru Maharaj was loved, that he inspired within the heart of a devotee to get us all together like this, to share and to express our love for each other and our concerns about what's going on with each other, and to also unify under the different projects that we would like to do for our Gurudev. Most importantly, that we all come together to remind ourselves that death can come at any time. Maharaj, we're eternally grateful to you, Radhanath Swami. You are a brother to our Guru Maharaj. You are exemplary of the most loving friendship relationship ever on this planet that most of us, I believe all of us, have ever seen. And we thank you from the depths of our hearts. No words can express how much we love you. Thank you very, very much.
Thank you, Mother Raja Lila, for those beautiful words. Thank you, Mother Kambagiri, and thank you, Mother Jambavati. Oh my goodness, I don't want this weekend to end. This has been so wonderful.
Krishna Shakti, can I interrupt for a second? I just want to thank also the Russian translators. They've been behind the scene the whole, I don't know how many hours of program it's been, at least 20 hours. They've been translating into Russian everything. I'll name, if I miss a name, please forgive me. It was organized by Yugadharma Prabhu. We've had Anastasia, Alexandra, Soumya Karini, and especially want to thank Dhira Shanta Prabhu, and especially Anna, who's done a huge amount of translating hours on end of all different versions of English and accents and everything. So thank you so much for your translation.
Thank you so much for having the specific names, because I was going to say Russian translators, but that was much better. Thank you. So I want to thank Radhanath Swami, thank Chandramali Swami, thank Bhakti Damodara, thank His Holiness Bhakti Vasudeva Swami, thank Bhakti Charandeshna Swami, thank you His Grace Srivas Vanachari, thank you Nanda Sunu for the tech, thank you Mother Shri Upanishad, thank you Nilamani, thank you Madhavacharya, Mother Kunti, Mother Vraja Lila, thank you Ekavira, thank you Ananda Vrindavan, Dhira Nitai, Anta Acharya for doing the beautiful poster, Raj for creating 71 leadership quotes in memory of Maharaj that can be found on the global WhatsApp. Thank you very much, Bhuta Bhavana, for that sweet interview. Whew, extracting the best nectar.
Bhuta Bhavana needs his own show.
Oh, definitely, without a doubt.
Bhuta Bhavana has his own show.
He does. Podcast, I think.
Right? Thank you, Shakti, Krishna Shakti. Thank you for the marvelous job you've done as an MC. You were so amazing. And Dhruva, my goodness, Dhruva Maharaj, amazing.
That was next. And Sati, and basically, thank you all. I mean, without this is definitely showing the global community that we have. I love Jambavati, the idea. We really do need to know everyone's skills, know where everyone is. This is a beautiful beginning, a beautiful collective space, and just seeing these projects that are taking place around the world, this is the time for us to continue to just go forward. This is the great reset, they're saying. So this is our time to unite and make Gurudev proud. As many of you are making him proud, let's all continue to unite and support each other and keep it alive.
Krishna Shakti, if I can just for 1 minute thank Dhruva and Parijata in Gitanagari for them, especially Parijata, for cooperating with us to do Guru Maharaj's Vyasa Puja program this morning. Very spontaneous, and we thank them for giving all the disciples an opportunity to do that. We thank them very much.
So beautiful. Thank you. And then also Achutha as well for showing us around and leading us with the camera. So very much appreciated. Everyone that shared projects, much appreciated.
Krishna Shakti, can I just make a request? We haven't heard from Chitti Shakti Mataji this whole weekend, and we can't let her get away with it.
Please.
Can we hear a few words?
Hey, Chitti Shakti!
Come on, all of you girls, get her on. Yeah, girl power.
We also want to hear a few words from
If you don't come on, I'm gonna. If you don't come on, I'm gonna call.
Same.
So happy to be able to join all of you. It's such a wonderful program. I'm sorry I couldn't be there for all of it, but all the parts that I was there for were very, very wonderful. I just kind of stayed in the background and listened. But it's been amazing. You always put a smile on my face. Hearing about Gurudev always puts a smile on my face. And I'm so grateful to all of you just for being in my life and staying in my life. And especially now, I feel really, really grateful. Honestly, the secret to staying a devotee is to be in the association of Vaishnavas. It doesn't matter what else is there. And it's been complete nectar. Every moment's been nectar. So thank you so much.
Hey, like I missed you this weekend. Definitely. Thank you so much, Chitty Shakti. Oh my goodness. This has been a beautiful weekend and a beautiful time. And I really want to pull Hari Chakra and family to just do a 15-minute kirtan. Is it possible?
Haribo.
Yes.
They've been Darwin and Hari Kirtan. They're from my report.
You're still, you guys are still up?
Yeah, 2 a.m.
How about them doing the ending kirtan?
Please, since you guys stayed up, if it's possible, you're not going to wake up the neighbors.
Even if they wake up the neighbors, it's okay.
Krishna Shakti, can we just hear just a sentence from Nanda Suna Prabhu, who like amazingly carried us this whole weekend on Zoom. Thank you, Nanda.
Moving.
Yeah, Haribo, it's been a adventure. I've had about 6 things on the go at the same time, and I have never done actually. I didn't know that you could translate on Zoom. Never done the breakout rooms. I didn't half the things that I've been asked to do. I haven't done it before. So it's been like it's been fun, and the main thing that's been incredible is seeing the incredible family from around the world at the same time. I don't think even last year we didn't have it like this, so I don't think that's ever happened, and it's incredible. And to see Guru Maharaj's family was amazing, so incredible. Thank you, everybody.
Hari Bol. I see Yashodamai said Mother Parvati is on here. Actually, she's one of Guru Maharaj's first disciples in America, and she didn't get a chance to share. There she is.
Thank you.
Would you share briefly?
I had known.
Please. Thank you so much for being with us.
Thank you, devotees. It was wonderful, very, very, very wonderful. I'm sure Srila Gurudev is so pleased. Krishna Shakti, you did a fantastic job. It's not easy to do what you did. And thank you so much. I will just share briefly that I have actually been doing a conference call for the past 6 years. It's a Bhakti conference call. And we've been doing a Zoom call for the past year for new Bhaktas and Bhaktins that are interested in the philosophy. So just really trying to stay focused and to stay engaged. And I appreciate so much of having the opportunity to hear from so many of you. Jai Srila Gurudev Ki Jai. Haribol. Thank you.
Thank you, Mother.
Mother Parvati Devi Ki Jai.
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 Jai. For your patience,
Thank
Mother Parvati. Thank you so much.
She's one of Guru Maharaj's first initiated disciples in America.
Yes. All right. All right, Vrindavan Ishwari, are they still on? No, did they take off? It's too late. All right, so Hari Chakra Prabhu and family, are you all available to do kirtan for about 10 to 15 minutes?
Haribo, we're here.
Woo woo! Let's get it started.
When you say we should do kirtan, you should be expecting 1 hour.
No.
I don't mind, but I know people around. I don't mind at all. You have to talk to Dhruva about that because
The first time I went to
You should have said
Gitanagari,
5 minutes.
in Gita, my first day in Gitanagari, Mangalarti, there was only Hari Chakra, maybe Sahadev and one other devotee, and Tulsi Puja was about 45 minutes with djembes and everything.
That is how we rule.
I miss it. I miss it.
Krishna Prastaya
Krishna Prastaya
I hear Antariani.
Yes, honey boy, my dear sweetheart.
Krishna, how
I miss you. I miss you.
Oh, wow.
Gora Bhakta Vrinda.
All right, now I feel better. That's the, there we go. There we go. We need some,
Don't stop, don't stop, don't stop.
Hari.
Vivo, thank you.
You're warmed up. I know. Right? Gotta end it that way.
Hari Hari Bol.
Hari Bol. Please forgive me for any offenses. Thank you all so much. Thank you, Dhruva. Thank you.
Thank you, Krishna Shakti,
Arigatou gozaimasu.
for the service.
Thank you, Nanda Sunu. Thank you, Krishna Shakti. You are fantastic. You are amazing.
Forgive me for any offenses.
Thank you, Dhruva. Thank you, Dhruva Maharaj.
Forgive me.
Thank you, Nanda Sunu. Thank you, Raj. Thank you, Kabir Prabhu. Thank you.
Thank you, Dhruva. Thank you, Krishna Shakti. Thank you, Chakra Dynasty. Baby Kirtan. Thank you. Thank you, everybody. You're amazing. Love you guys. Haribol.
Thank you, everybody.
Haribol.
Thank you, dear God. Thank you.